Good news for Tesco, you might think they're making money hand over fist. Yes, but shopping online is much less profitable for the Tesco.
Oh yeah, today is Monday, 24th
You're picking stuff out, you're driving
August.
Online, they're doing both of those things.
And it is,
so some fundamental shifts there that they clearly think are permanent. But, you know, some of those, you know, sandwich joints, cafes, etc., they will be losing out. But nevertheless, some good news when we've been used to tens of thousands of retail job losses.
Many thanks. Simon Jack. Now, protests have erupted in the US state of Wisconsin after police shot a black man who was unarmed. Video posted online appears to show Jacob Blake being shot in the back. He's in a serious condition in hospital. Tensions in the US are high over police brutality and racism after a series of violent incidents against black Americans. The Democratic presidential nominee, Joe Biden, said the officers in Wisconsin must be held accountable. Our North America correspondent Aline McBool reports, and a warning: you may find some of the images in his report distressing.
It's become a familiar scene. Angry protests after the police shooting of a black man. This time it's Wisconsin, where in the early evening officers had been called to deal with a domestic disturbance. In mobile phone video, 29-year-old Jacob Blake is seen walking around his car, followed by officers with their weapons drawn. As he opens the door, an officer pulls on his shirt and several shots are heard. Onlookers start screaming and the car horn blares. Mr. Blake slumps over the steering wheel. A prominent civil rights lawyer says Mr. Blake's 3 sons were in the vehicle at the time. Police say they immediately offered medical assistance, but Jacob Blake remains in a serious condition in hospital. Some witnesses told local news channels he'd been trying to stop a fight between 2 women. The details of what led up to the shooting are still emerging. The reaction came quickly, with hundreds taking to the streets. Trucks that had been moved into place to block protesters were set on fire.
We're tired of it. And right now, this is the wrong generation that this is happening to. The frustration is boiling to the top, and we're sick and tired.
Eventually, an emergency curfew was imposed, and the state's governor was quick to link this incident to others, like the killing of George Floyd. The officers involved have been put on administrative leave, and an investigation opened. But it is less than 3 months since George Floyd was killed, and the concern for many African Americans has been that in spite of the outrage over that death, little of consequence has really changed. Aline McBool, BBC News.
German doctors say that Alexei Navalny, an outspoken critic of Russia's President Putin, has been poisoned. Tests suggest that a chemical has been used to attack his nervous system. Mr. Navalny was flown to Germany at the weekend by supporters after he collapsed on an internal flight in Russia. We can speak now to our correspondent Jenny Hill, who's in Berlin for us this evening. And Jenny, what more do we know about this?
Well, as you say, German doctors have now confirmed what his supporters suspected. Alexei Navalny, they believe, was poisoned. Tonight, he's still in hospital in an induced coma. Doctors say his condition is serious, but not life-threatening. Now, they've not been able to identify the poison itself, but they say it probably belongs to a group of so-called cholinesterase inhibitors, which may have damaged his nervous system. And they say they can't guarantee he'll make a full recovery. Even before doctors managed to establish the cause of Mr. Navalny's collapse, there was widespread suspicion of Russian involvement. Mr. Navalny, of course, one of Vladimir Putin's fiercest critics. And this evening, Angela Merkel has released a statement in which she demands the Russian authorities investigate the case with full transparency. Those responsible, she says, must be brought to account.
Jenny, thank you. A white supremacist who's admitted murdering 51 worshippers at 2 mosques last year had planned to attack a 3rd mosque and cause as many casualties as possible, the court has heard. Survivors of the attacks and relatives of the victims have been given emotional impact statements during the first day of Brenton Tarrant's sentencing hearing. Shaima Khalil reports.
A verse of the Quran for the souls of the dead, from a man who survived the shootings but lost his son. Ata Alayan was one of the 51 killed in the Christchurch attacks. His parents still struggling to comprehend what happened.
I constantly try to imagine how my beloved Ata felt at the moment of the attack. What was in his mind when he realized he was departing this life?
For those who made it out alive, it's a different type of struggle.
The trauma will live with me forever. The images, smell the sound of the mosque on that day happened. I do not foresee a future where I will be without pain.
In the dock, the man responsible for the mass shooting. Brenton Tarrant remained silent as the court heard how he'd planned his attacks for more than a year, accumulating military-style weapons and researching his targets. There were distressing details about how Tarrant methodically fired at his victims, some as they ran away, many on the floor, unable to escape.
I had the privilege.
This mother spoke of her grief.
He used to give me flower for my birthday, but instead I got his body. I decided to forgive you, Mr. Tarrant, because I don't have hate. I don't have revenge.
The Imam of Al-Nur Mosque also spoke in court, telling the killer that he's been misled and misguided. For a peaceful and loving community, he said, who did not deserve your actions. Today, the people whose lives have been shattered by this massacre had their voices heard, but they also had to relive those devastating moments of pain. Shaima Khalil, BBC News, Sydney.
Cricket now, and rain, bad light and some strong batting from Pakistan have all conspired to thwart England's push for victory on day 4 of the third test in Southampton. It was especially frustrating for James Anderson, who's seeking his 600th test wicket. As sports news reporter Laura Scott watched the action.
Taking to the field with Pakistan trailing by 310 runs and following on, there was one milestone on everyone's minds: 600 test wickets for Jimmy Anderson. Having seen 3 dropped catches last night, Anderson's composure was tested once again. First, this overthrow by the substitute fielder.
No.
And then this, the hedge from Shan Masood, dropped inexplicably by Joss Butler.
Unbelievable.
Could he just about see the funny side? With gloomy skies above Southampton, the floodlights came on and the ground staff cleared the way for the covers. Instead of Anderson closing in on his target, it was the weather closing in, and rain soon halted play. When the action resumed 3 hours later, Stuart Broad got the breakthrough. Trapping Masood LBW. Time for Captain Azhar Ali to help Pakistan save this test, and he and Abid Ali plugged on through the afternoon. Fans weren't allowed in, but the groundsman's dog got his paws on some accreditation, and whilst he was perhaps better at watching the ball than some. And then finally, wicket 599 for Anderson.
Anderson is just one away.
Laura Scott, BBC News.
Time for a look at the weather now. Here's Phil Avery.
Thanks, Rita. It wasn't just Southampton that had a few snags with the weather today. There were plenty of showers across the southern half of Britain, 1 or 2 in the eastern side of Scotland and the northeast of England. It does nothing to Storm Francis. This is tomorrow's weather. Very wet, very windy. Disruption to your travel plans and perhaps to your power is distinctly possible. Where is it? It's absolutely probably seen the first signs of the weather down in the far southwest. Elsewhere, the last of the day's showers tending to fade away all too late. And then here comes the cloud and the wind and the rain. And where we put in those greens and yellows, that's where we see the heaviest of the rainfall. Not a cold night in the south, but temperatures down into single figures again in the north of Scotland, where we have the driest to start with.
How's your day going, Johnny? It's not bad, actually, thank you. It's pretty good. Why don't dogs have fun? I don't know, why don't dogs have fun?
Until it makes an unwelcome return to the north of England, the north of Wales later in the day. But that's only half the story about the rain, because here comes the strength of the wind in the gust. You see widely 40-50 miles an hour across Scotland and Northern Ireland, anywhere through the Arab Sea, coastal fringes.
Well, I wish to down now.
70 miles an hour, and even in inland areas, 50.
There's a bit of noise out there today. We just that for a bit, didn't we? I don't feel too much to listen to the music today. I'm sitting with noise. And what time is it on until? Okay. Let's cut down tomorrow. Need to get out there already. See, I'm trying to fucking fight. Some in the far distance is cutting it down as well. Right, are you out there, Boston? No, me. Are you out there, Boston?
And it's worth remembering that the Kremlin has been accused of carrying out poisonings before, and on each of those occasions has denied any involvement. Back in September 2018, German doctors treating Pyotr Vezdinov said it was highly plausible he'd been poisoned. He's involved with the anti-Putin band Pussy Riot.
Earlier in 2018, former Russian double agent Sergei Skripal and his adult daughter Yulia were found unconscious on a park bench in Salisbury in the west of England. While they both survived, British police said they were poisoned with the highly toxic nerve agent Novichok, which is also a cholinesterase inhibitor. And going further back to 2006, another former Russian spy, Alexander Litvinenko, died here in London after drinking tea laced with highly radioactive polonium. The head of a subsequent British government inquiry issued this finding. Taking full account of all the evidence and analysis available to me, I find that the Federal Security Service operation to kill Litvinenko was probably approved by the FSB director, Nikolai Patrushev, and also by President Putin. Now let's talk to our correspondent, Sergei Goryashko, who's in Moscow. And Sergei, has there been any response from the Kremlin to what the German doctors are saying, that they believe Alexei Navalny was poisoned?
Well, the response we had was the one that the doctors who said it was being demonstrated as a colonist inhibitors in this analysis, and they are denying that have any substances in the analysis. So, Kremlin for now remains silent. The only one response I've had already heard is that the one I got from the vice chair of the Committee on International Affairs in Russian higher upper level of parliament. So Vladimir Jabarov, he told me that he does not believe in any poisoning claims, that he thinks that German doctors are biased and that Russian government would not let Navalny leave Russia if they had to cover up any poisonings, any trace of poison. So, which is why he's pretty sure, confident that Navalny has not been poisoned, that he should just fallen ill, as President Putin referred to his European counterpart, Charles Michel. He more or less said that Navalny just has fallen ill, and that's it.
And Sergei, if it is confirmed that this substance was in his blood, does anything really change? Because as we've seen in previous suspicions of poisoning cases, there's nothing but a blanket denial.
Well, sure it does, because actually that was the main reason why Navalny has been held in, well, that's what his supporters believe. They believe that doctors in Russia decided to keep Navalny in this Siberian city to cover up the traces of any poison, and after that they will let him travel to Germany or other countries to but there will be no claims that Navalny has been poisoned. There will be no traces of this toxin in his blood. But it appears that there have been some traces, which is why it's a pretty bad situation for Kremlin, because in this case they will be asked to find who's accountable, who performed this attack on the opposition leader in Russia, and of course responsible either way if they are even not connected at all with this poisoning. They will be held responsible in case to find who are actually involved in that attack. So if they wouldn't find it, there will be also problems for Kremlin, for President Putin himself, because in every meeting, every European leader will definitely ask you what happened to the opposition leader, what happened to the rival, why haven't we found anyone who's responsible for the attack, and so on and so on. Which is why it's a different situation for Kremlin, and which is why I think they remain silent for now.
Sergei, thank you very much, Sergei Goryashko, there in Moscow. Now, Republicans in the United States are holding their convention ahead of November's presidential election. Just like the Democrats' event last week, it will be a mostly virtual affair, but the Republicans are still conducting some in-person business. This is the physical convention hall in Charlotte, North Carolina. 336 delegates are meeting there. That is a fraction of the 2,500 who would have been in there in person were it not for COVID, and they've renominated Donald Trump and Mike Pence for president and vice president. Have a listen.
Michigan, the Great Lakes state, is going to cast all 73 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
All of Idaho's votes, 32 votes, to Donald John Trump.
The great state of Iowa fully sends, full send, unanimously, all of our votes to renominate you to lead our country, America, under God for 4 more years. Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, you're rehired.
Well, most of his speeches will be delivered remotely. For example, President Trump will be delivering his acceptance speech on Thursday from the White House, but he is also spending some time in Charlotte. Here's how his speech started in the last hour or so.
Now, if you want to really drive them crazy, you say 12 more years.
So that was President Trump trying to stir up Democrats. Constitutionally, he would only be able to serve for 4 more years, not 12. But he went on to talk up his chances in November. Here's some more.
We have tremendous enthusiasm. I think we have record enthusiasm. We have a base. We have a base the likes of which nobody's seen, including these people. Wall Street Journal did a fantastic story this weekend, a fantastic cover story this weekend on this base. It's an incredible base. Everybody here is going to vote. Everybody in our base. I mean, we have a tremendous base. They don't. They have no enthusiasm for their candidate.
Well, despite that claim, Donald Trump is trailing Joe Biden in the polls, and that's been the case for a while now. This graph shows the trend based on the average taken from different polling companies, and the president has been trailing his opponent since March and is currently 8 points behind. Now, this week's convention gives him a prime-time opportunity to turn that around. Here's more from our North America correspondent, Neda Tawfiq.
The Democrats had their turn breaking the convention to put on a virtual show. The format was an unexpected hit. It's Republicans begin their convention. President Trump will have 4 nights to counter Joe Biden's message and convince undecided voters. His most loyal supporters aren't worried. Across the country, they've organized their own events, such as this boat parade in Lake Hopatcong, New Jersey. I think he's going to be overwhelmed. Sylvia Patilla believes President Trump will sail to victory, despite the dark cloud of the coronavirus, the economy, and race relations. She doesn't believe the polls that show him behind Joe Biden nationally.
There's a line in the sand that's been drawn, and you have to be really careful who you vote for, because the result of that election can change everything that we're familiar with.
If President Trump loses, what is it that you fear?
I fear socialism. I fear the destruction of small business. I fear that there will be more destruction of the family structure.
But President Trump may have a mountain to climb with swing voters.
President Trump only narrowly won Michigan, Wisconsin, and this state, Pennsylvania, in 2016. Securing him the Electoral College, he lost the popular vote.
People be
Hello,
Johnny. Alright, so I haven't. Oh, sorry, I'm
older, whiter, more working class voters. But even here, polls show he's behind Joe Biden.
Neda Tawfiq reporting there. Well, normally the convention is where the party hammers out its electoral platform, but Republicans have decided against drafting a new platform at all this year. They say they don't want a small contingent of delegates deciding on policy for the whole party. Instead, the Republican National Committee has issued a resolution stating that it continues to reject the policy positions of the Obama-Biden administration. It goes on to say the party will continue to enthusiastically support the president's America First agenda. So the Republicans are record. And here are some of the delegates on that.
There's lots of things we can point to. Foreign affairs, and the economy going better despite the COVID, etc. Lots of problems, sure, but lots of solutions.
Well, I think the American public is going to be wowed by a very different vision of America that Donald J. Trump has versus the Democrats. One of positivity, one of greatness, and one of excitement for our country.
So this week is all set to be the Trump show. A member of the president's family is due to speak each night at the convention, starting with his son, Donald Trump Jr. That's bringing our senior North America reporter, Anthony Zerka. Anthony, the polls are looking very challenging for Donald Trump at the moment. How important is this convention for him?
This is the start of essentially the home stretch on the presidential campaign. So a few more months after this. And as you mentioned, the polls that show him trailing Joe Biden have been remarkably stable over the past 7 or 8 months. So it's important to try to change that dynamic. And the best way to do that, the chance you have the biggest audience, is in this convention. Debates in a month and a half or so. Those are also going to be important. But to make an unfiltered message to the people, where you have these blocks of time, an hour a night, Monday through Thursday, Republicans aren't going to get a chance better than that.
Yeah, and I mean, we know how much Donald Trump loves the big rallies. He's not really going to get that this time around. How much is that a setback or a disadvantage for him?
Well, Tulsa ended up being a disaster with lower turnout and many people getting the coronavirus and leading to an outbreak, it seems, in that city. So, yeah, he uses these rallies as a kind of a sounding board to figure out what his wants, what of his lines and strategies work. I think the campaign's going to try to do some modified rallies. Just last week, they went around to some cities in the U.S. where Donald Trump came in on his plane and spoke to a smaller crowd in an airport hangar and then left. I was actually in the pool following Donald Trump when he went to Minnesota and Wisconsin, and you could tell Donald Trump got energy from that. He was beaming when he got on board Air Force One. So I think you're going to see the campaign try to do more and more of those types of smaller rallies to replicate the feeling that he had at the big ones.
Now, his senior advisor, Kellyanne Conway, has just departed. What's been going on?
Well, Kellyanne Conway was Donald Trump's campaign manager during the home stretch in 2016, the first woman to successfully lead a presidential campaign. She's been in the White House ever since, and she'd been clashing publicly with her husband, who's a conservative, but does not like Donald Trump at all on social media. Just recently, when her 16-year-old daughter started speaking out on social media about how she did not approve of her mom's time in the White House. So I think this puts a lot of stress. Being in the White House puts a lot of stress on anyone, and I think she is legitimately stepping back to pay more attention to her family, and she says that's what her top priority is. So I think you have to understand it is not easy to be in the spotlight for that long, especially with grueling White House hours.
Anthony, for the moment, thank you very much. Secretary in Washington as the Republican Convention is getting underway. Now, an update on COVID-19 around the world, starting in Hong Kong, where researchers say they proved that a man living in the territory was infected with COVID-19 for a second time. It's the world's first such documented case. The research comes from the Hong Kong University School of Medicine. In a tweet, it says the case suggests that immunity can be short-lasting after natural infection and that COVID-19 may persist in the global human population like the common cold. The full research paper hasn't yet been published, so some aspects of the case aren't yet clear. This is the warning from the World Health Organization on that.
We need to not jump to any conclusions. To say, even if this is the first documented case of reinfection, it is possible.
Now to the US, where the Food and Drug Administration has given emergency authorization for the use of plasma to treat coronavirus patients. The technique uses antibody-rich blood plasma from people who've recovered from the disease and has already been used on over 70,000 people in the States. The FDA says early trials indicate it's safe, though more trials are needed to prove its effectiveness. And there's concern that pressing ahead with the treatment now has hindered the collection of more data. Using antibody-rich blood plasma is a technique that dates back to the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918 and was more recently approved by the World Health Organization to combat the outbreak of Ebola in West Africa. And trials on the use of blood plasma to combat COVID are underway in the US, the UK, India, China, Germany, and France. But so far, there is little evidence that plasma actually helps coronavirus patients. And there is the risk that the donor could pass on other illnesses to the patient. Well, this is the latest update from the World Health Organization on plasma trials.
The results are not conclusive. I should say that the trials have been relatively small.
With all therapies, there can be risks, and so that's another thing that one has to consider. And in the case of convalescent plasma therapies, there are a number of side effects from relatively mild chills and fevers that can be associated with it to more severe lung-related injuries and circulatory overload.
Well, here's Professor Richard Haynes from Oxford University to explain how it works.
When you give those antibodies to a patient who's got coronavirus, they may give their own immune system like a jump start. So they might not have their own antibodies yet, but you give them this big dose of antibodies from somebody else, and they might be able to help them kill off the virus a bit more quickly than they otherwise could and stop them from getting so unwell.
Well, research in Britain shows that it's not certain the treatment can work. And medical editor Fergus Walsh reports on the trials happening here.
This is convalescent plasma. Patients who've recovered from COVID-19 have been donating theirs. like Paul, who was in intensive care in Manchester for 2 weeks. His plasma contains the highest level of coronavirus antibodies doctors have seen here.
It's an hour every day. There's no harm, it's painless. If you can help other people not go through what I went through, then fantastic. How people help.
And Sue, who was in hospital in London, she's donated plasma 5 times.
Why do you keep coming back? Because I can't put a price on what the NHS has done for me. I'm getting upset now. But they were so good.
It's the antibodies against coronavirus which doctors want. They're found in plasma, this yellow liquid. I tested positive for antibodies and so volunteered.
So I'm about halfway through my plasma donation. What happens is my whole blood is taken out and then the plasma is filtered off. Then the red cells, white cells and platelets are then fed back into my body.
And this is the whole point of donation, to help patients like Bernard in hospital in Chester. He's part of a trial assessing whether antibodies and convalescent plasma can help COVID patients get better faster. He's grateful to all the donors.
They've done their bit. So I thought, well, all in all, I'll try and do my bit.
The US has given emergency approval to convalescent plasma as a treatment for COVID, but those running the trials here say that's premature.
It really was feelings why it might, but we don't know that yet from the data which has been presented. So I think we need more data to show that it truly is effective, and also really importantly, before we start giving this treatment we need data to show that it's safe.
Thousands more donors and COVID patients are needed. It'll be months before we know if convalescent plasma is another weapon against coronavirus. Fergus Walsh, BBC News.
On to Europe, where France and Italy had a record number of daily cases over the weekend. France has reported its highest daily number of new confirmed cases since May. Italy is also seeing its highest rise in cases since May, but when we look at this graph, which shows the number of confirmed cases per 100,000 people, Italy drops below Spain, France, the UK, and Germany. Meanwhile, France will soon impose a 14-day quarantine on all arrivals from the UK to mirror the restrictions imposed by the British government earlier this month on people arriving from France. The measures will be decided in the next few days. Well, next to South Korea, it's been held up as a model for its response to COVID-19, but now officials say it's on the brink of a new nationwide outbreak. The virus has spread to all 17 provinces of the country at this time. The cases have stemmed from a right-wing Presbyterian church you can see here. And here you can see police officers standing guard outside. This is another church in Seoul being disinfected as a precaution. The number of new daily cases has been in triple digits for more than a week and a half. The majority of new cases are all close to Seoul, a heavily populated capital city which is home to more than 10 million people. One of the biggest concerns is that many of the far-right worshippers who are potentially infected believe the virus was planted as part of a conspiracy to close it down. Many are refusing to be contacted, let alone tested. New Zealand now, which has extended the lockdown of its biggest city, Auckland. Auckland went into lockdown on August the 12th, the day after the virus re-emerged in the city and ended New Zealand's run of 102 days without local transmission. Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern said stay-at-home orders will remain in place until at least late Sunday, instead of restrictions easing late on Wednesday as originally planned. Here's more of what she said.
I know there are many who found it harder this time. In part, I imagine the reminder that this is the world's reality and that COVID is ever present is part of that. It is a hard reality to accept.
Well, here in England, the Prime Minister has urged parents to send their children back to school when classes return next week. Here's our education editor, Branwen Jeffries.
The first day back for some in Northern Ireland. It's seeing friends again.
And I was ready to come back to school from about the 1st of April, so I'm just so excited to have everyone.
Yeah, remember it's not been safe for a while and we need to keep this all safety
protocols and stuff.
All other pupils will follow next week, when most of England's schools will also reopen. But Birmingham is on high COVID alert. Restrictions increased over the weekend. These students hope to start sixth form next week. The school is going to stagger start times. Most pupils get here by bus and train, but they need more advice to plan for the challenges ahead.
We haven't had a local lockdown whilst schools have been fully open, so I don't know what that will look like or feel like. I hope that schools become a priority, and if we can lock down other things and still enable schools to open, I think pupils really, really need to be in school with their teachers.
To get pupils back, one union leader told me ministers need to be realistic.
So we're consulting with them on this, government are consulting with us about the possibilities of how schools are going to run that area. It's really important that head teachers know what those plans are, the parents know what those plans are.
His job to get children back to school. So what if they're disrupted again?
In our guidance, what we've asked schools to do is make sure that they're planning to ensure that actually children don't miss out from their education if they're not in school and they're continuing to educate when they're at home.
More guidelines are expected, but will they arrive before schools open?
Brandon Jeffries reporting there. Well, schools and how to keep the classroom safe. It's also on the agenda in Scotland. We're told final consultations are underway to introduce face coverings into secondary schools. However, the rule will only apply to corridors in communal areas as students move between classes. It's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon.
We're consulting on this specific measure because, firstly, mixing between different groups is more likely in corridors and communal areas, increasing the potential for transmission. Secondly, crowding and close contact in these areas is more likely, and voices could be raised, resulting in greater potential for creating aerosol transmission. And finally, there is often less scope for effective ventilation in these areas. So this is a position, if we can put it as we expect to do, that would reflect and actually go slightly beyond current WHO guidance.
Nicola Sturgeon. I'll be back in a few minutes with more Outside Source.
Hello. At its best, Monday hasn't been a bad start to the week. The problem was that the skies weren't just as blue as that right throughout the day. Everywhere there were some passing showers, but all of that will be forgotten once we get completely engulfed by this massive cloud as it closes in on the British Isles. As you may have heard, that is Storm Francis, bringing the usual combination of named storms and a lot of rain and some pretty strong winds. We'll certainly feel the effects of that through Northern Ireland, England and Wales during the course of the night as that low pressure gradually trundles its way right into the heart of the British Isles. A very wet start today, save for the greater part of northern Scotland and the Northern Isles, where the western conditions never will reach during the course of Tuesday. But elsewhere, that rain is on the move, although it comes to rest and how across the heart of Scotland, down into Northern Ireland, eventually to the northwest part of England. But these are the gusts. This is the other feature of the weather. Around about the Irish Sea, you could be looking at 60, 70 mile an hour gusts. Inland areas, 50, 55 miles an hour, something of that order. So travel conditions will be really tricky. And, of course, there could well be some power disruption as well. The temperatures, well, not a day to stand around, but you'll make it to 20 to 22 in the south. But the onshore wind and plenty of it, all the cloud and rain, temperatures at 13 or so in the Aberdeen area. Even as far ahead as Wednesday, it's going to take time before we just push that low over towards Denmark, but will be on its western flank, particularly in the eastern side of both England and Scotland, where there'll be a noticeable north and northwesterly wind. There'll be a rattle of showers in that flow. Out west, it's a bit quieter, thankfully. Yes, the odd gust in the mix, but nowhere near the strength of Tuesday. 1 or 2 passing showers, but a lot of dry weather as a temporary, and I stress temporary, ridge of high pressure falls into the Atlantic. But those temperatures taking a little bit of a dent there, high of 20 or 21. On Thursday, we'll be looking to the Atlantic again to see the first signs of more unsettled weather creeping towards the British Isles. This comes in the form of a new area of low pressure gradually working its way towards us. The wind's not just as strong, but at the end of summer, It's a very unlikely visitor.
BBC iPlayer.
There are secret worlds full of wonder. Madagascar, Siberia, Thailand, Moscow.
Golden summit of my life's ambitions and dreams.
Finding this strange and timeless. Look, this feels like a completely different world. Travel. The BBC 4.
Delivering papers used to mean waking up real early. Ooh. But now I go after tea. My back is way heavier. And that's better. My face hammered from me tired. Rain or shine, we make sure you get the next day's headlines before anyone else.
BBC News delivers on tomorrow's front pages tonight. The papers, weeknights at 10:30 and 11:30 on the BBC News channel.
Hello, I'm Karen Giannoni. This is Outside Source. Tests suggest Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny was poisoned, says the German hospital treated him. In the US, it's all about one man as the Republican National Convention kicks off. Donald Trump's been formally nominated to fight the November election. Protests erupt in the US state of Wisconsin after police shoot an unarmed black man multiple times in the back. And survivors of last year's Christchurch mosque attacks have confronted the gunman in court on the first day of his sentencing hearing.
I saw the moment when I was the target of his gun.
Let's return to that story we just heard in the headlines. Protests erupting in the US state of Wisconsin after police shot a black man who was unarmed. Video posted online appears to show Jacob Blake being shot in the back. He's in a serious condition in hospital. Tensions in the US are high over police brutality and racism after a series of violent incidents against black Americans. Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden says the officers in Wisconsin must be accountable. Our North America correspondent Ali McCall reports in the morning. You may find some of the images in his report distressing.
It's become a familiar scene. Angry protests after the police shooting of a black man. This time it's Wisconsin, where in the early evening officers had been called to deal with a domestic disturbance. In mobile phone video, 29-year-old Jacob Blake is seen looking around his car, followed by officers with their weapons drawn. As he opens the door, an officer pulls on his shirt and several shots at him. Onlookers start screaming and the car door blares as Mr. Blake slumps over the steering wheel. A prominent civil rights lawyer says Mr. Blake's 3 sons were in the vehicle at the time. Police say they immediately offered medical assistance, but Jacob Blake remains in a serious condition in the hospital. Some witnesses told local news channels he'd been trying to stop a fight between 2 women. The details of what led up to the shooting are still emerging. The reaction came quickly, with hundreds taken to the streets. Trucks that had been moved into place to block protesters were set on fire.
We're tired of it. And right now, this is the wrong generation that this is happening to. The frustration is boiling to the top, and we're sick and tired.
Eventually, an emergency curfew was imposed. And the state's governor was quick to link this incident to others, like the killing of George Floyd. The officers involved had been put on administrative leave, and an investigation opened. It is less than 3 months since George Floyd was killed. The concern for many African Americans has been that in spite of the outrage over that death, little of consequence has really changed. Lima Paul, BBC News.
Members of the opposition and strike leaders have been arrested in Belarus a day after the biggest protest in the country's modern history. These pictures are from the launch of the so-called Opposition Coordination Council last week. Now, 2 of the council's leaders are now being detained. Olga Kovalkova, seen here in this Sergei Duyevsky on the right, were picked up by security forces outside a striking tractor factory in Minsk. Mr. Duyevsky, who, as you can see, has been profiled extensively in the international press, works at the factory and walked off the job after seeing the injuries sustained by some of the protesters who've been arrested by security. The arrest on the day after thousands of people took to the streets on Sunday, calling for the resignation of President Alexander Lukashenko. These are some of the pictures from Minsk. It gives you an idea of the scale of the protest. And that is 2 weeks after the disputed election delivered him another term in office. Hanna Lubakova is a journalist in Belarus. She says it's the strikes that are more concerning to the government.
Strikes are different. The president is scared of by strikes, by workers not going out and leaving their job, basically. So that might have a difference. International pressure, well.
Hi, Chanel. Oh, I get it now. I see. I've got your contact there. Oh, I see one. Same one. I get who it is now. Right.
Really changed a lot.
Right. Hey, how are you?
There is less violence, but people are still being detained randomly on the streets. So it's happening, right? And I think the more we should expect more repression, more suppression.
Meanwhile, Lukashenko has blamed the dissent on foreign powers and vowed to crush the unrest. And this is how he was filmed for Belarusian state TV yesterday, arriving at the presidential palace by helicopter, wearing a flak jacket and carrying a rifle. Here he is again, greeting riot police outside his residence. Belarusian security services said to be very loyal to Mr. Lukashenko. Now, his main opponent in this election, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, fled to neighbouring Lithuania not long after lodging an official challenge to the result. And today she met the US Deputy Secretary of State, Stephen Biegun. Here's what he had to say.
We condemn the violation of human rights and brutality that we've seen play out in Belarus since the elections. And we call upon the government of Belarus to release all political prisoners that they're currently holding. The United States cannot and will not decide the course of events in Belarus. This is the right of the Belarusian people, as enshrined in the United Nations Universal Charter of Human Rights and also in the OSCE Charter. The Belarusian people have this right, and they will not give them that right on this night.
Now, he's heading to Moscow for talks with senior Russian officials on Tuesday, but he's warned that Russia should respect the decision of the Belarusian people. Mr. Lukashenko has spoken to President Putin throughout the crisis. Today, according to a Kremlin statement, they discussed the measures put in place in order to normalize the situation in the country. Well, Maria Saduskaya-Komlach is a Belarusian journalist based in Poland. We can talk to her now. Thank you for joining us. Just on that note, how involved is Russia getting in the fate of its ally and neighbour? What approach is President Putin likely to take?
Well, Russia has been heavily involved in the informational support of the efforts of the Belarusian regime. It has been mostly concentrated in efforts in spreading the same false narrative about protesters and Svetlana Tikhanovskaya as the Belarusian state media. For example, Sergei Lavrov has been commenting that most probably Svetlana Tikhanovskaya is a NATO puppet because she speaks fluent English as an English teacher. But aside of this informational support, which has also demonstrated in the fact that Russian journalists have joined the Belarusian state TV channels and social media accounts and are spreading some promo there to support president, aside of that, Russia has still been very cautious in the international process and has not closed the doors to actually have a dialogue about what to do about Belarus. From what we've heard from now, Russia would insist on the new constitution, which Lukashenko has announced he is reviewing, for dialogue and for Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, opposition and protesters to be excluded from the dialogue. But this is something that the international community, all the Belarusian people
agree to.
How delicate is the role of the international community, just briefly on this, if you will, because of those accusations that President Lukashenko continues to throw out of this being a foreign plot?
Well, the international community has been accused in forming a plot against Belarus since, I think, 1995. So it's not something new that is coming out of Lukashenko, and nor should it be taken really seriously. I think what should be taken seriously is actually what he or Russia are saying about what is possible, because if they still continue to say that dialogue is possible, and if they still have not declined the offer of the OSCE, this is a way forward.
So just on that, Shell, we're out of time. Thank you very much for talking to us from Poland. Appreciate it. Now, victims and survivors of New Zealand's mosque attacks have confronted the gunman at the first day of his hearing in Christchurch. Brendan Tarrant's being sentenced for killing 51 people during the mass shootings at 2 mosques in the city last year. Here's some of what was said in court.
The gunmen looked into each other's eyes. I saw the moment when I was the target of his gun. I was shot many times.
He used to give me flower for my birthday, but instead I got his body. I decided to forgive you, Mr. Tarrant, because I don't have hate. I don't have revenge.
You transgress beyond comprehension. I can't forgive you. You gave yourself the authority to take the soul of 51 innocent people. Their only crime in your eyes is being Muslims.
51 counts of murder, 40 attempted murders, and 1 charge of terrorism. He's facing life in prison, possibly without parole, a sentence which has never been imposed in New Zealand before. The courtroom was relatively empty because of COVID restrictions. It had harrowing details, including how Tarrant had been stockpiling military-style weapons to carry out the shooting. Here's the prosecutor speaking earlier.
Practicing with these weapons, the defendant began to formulate a plan to carry out attacks on mosques. Plans, interior pictures of the mosques, mosque locations, specific details such as prayer times, 40 days in the Islamic calendar to ascertain when the mosques will be at their busiest.
Well, BBC's Shaima Khalil was listening to the court hearing via a video link from Sydney.
The court also heard very distressing details about how premeditating this whole thing was, how the killer planned it for more than a year with layouts and research about mosques, when they're going to be the busiest, how he could inflict the most damage, and how he planned to burn down the mosques after his attacks. We also heard about how he went into one of the main prayer rooms in Al-Nur Mosque and started firing at groups of people who were huddled in corners trying to escape. How he shot people who were lying down on the floor showing signs of life, including a 3-year-old who was clinging on to his father.
The court will hear more impact statements before the judge sentences Tarrant in the next few days. We'll hear from the white supremacist himself. Now that, of course, poses challenges with Shaima again.
It is his legal right, and he has chosen to do so, and he will be allowed to do so. But it is problematic, and there are many concerns about what he would choose to say, whether he's going to use this platform for his far-right agenda. Many questions about how that day will pan out. But I will say that that's why there are many reporting restrictions put on this. For example, we weren't able to travel because of COVID-19 restrictions. But even as we followed the court proceedings via web link today, there were very, very strict rules about what we could say when. For example, the morning session had to be done before we could report on it. Some of the family members, for example, said that they didn't want to be identified by media. I think the court itself, the judges, the authorities want to control this as much as they can for that reason.
Shaima Khalil. Stay with us on Outside Source. Still to come, 20 days since a huge explosion ripped through Beirut's port. We'll tell you why historic residential areas damaged and now facing another threat.
Well, now on the Scottish Government decision to make face coverings compulsory in Scottish secondary schools, that's in corridors and communal areas. The government's in the final stages of consulting teachers and local authorities on the plans. This report from Lorna Gordon.
Scottish schooling in the time of COVID. Here in Inverclyde, older secondary school pupils are already being encouraged to wear face coverings in areas where physical distancing is hard.
It'd be perfect if we didn't need to wear face masks. Children, they want to talk to each other, they do want to step into that 2 metre zone, and so if they're wearing face masks, it's a bit better.
The challenge has been this: crowded corridors during brief crossover times between lessons. The Scottish Government now looking to bring in guidance nationwide.
The Education Secretary is in the final stages of consulting with teachers and local authorities on a recommendation for the use of face coverings when they are moving around in corridors and communal areas.
Ahead of every class, hands are cleaned, tables white, pupils now sitting facing forward in the same direction. This area has the highest rate of deaths from COVID in Scotland. Pupils here say they understand why the new rules are being introduced.
I feel like we needed them from the start, but now that we've been advised to use them now, like going through corridors and a break in lunch, I feel like it's a good thing.
How are you finding it?
It's hard to talk, but it's fine. It's fine for me anyway.
We're talking and saying, what's that like?
Another change, learning outdoors is now actively encouraged. When the colder weather comes, that may become a challenge. One of many for teachers and government who say safety is a top priority, and so too is keeping children in full-time education. Gordon, BBC News.
Source live from the BBC News and the current handmade story.
Yeah, that'll be good outcome every now and again.
Alexei Navalny
You could smart, you could just.
Says the German
Just might eat it. Especially like
some of the day's other news. Emergency rescue teams are trying to reach dozens of people trapped under a collapsed residential building in the West Indian state of Maharashtra. The 5-story block, which housed more than 40 flats, is in Mahad, several hours' drive from Mumbai. Heavy digging equipment and rescue dogs are at the scene. That's on the BBC World Service. Coup leaders in Mali say they failed to reach an agreement with West African leaders during talks aimed at returning the country to civilian rule. ECOWAS members have been meeting Mali's military junta in Bamako after soldiers ousted the president from power last week. Police have arrested more than 150 people during unrest in the French capital after Paris Saint-Germain defeat to Bayern Munich in the Champions League final. French fans allegedly set cars on fire and vandalised shops after the match held in Lisbon on Sunday. Police say 16 officers were also injured. To South Africa, where a doctor has told the BBC that coronavirus patients have been hypothermia after being forced to sit for hours in a freezing hospital tent. Our Africa correspondent Andrew Harding has this exclusive report.
Winter in a poor township south of Johannesburg. As night falls, the temperature here can sink well below zero. We've come to the local hospital in Sebokeng after a whistleblower told us that suspected COVID-19 patients were being forced to wait, sometimes for days, in this freezing cold tent. People have been dying here, not from the virus, but from suspected hypothermia.
Our source. I'm going to call her now. She's speaking out because she's so curious about what she's seeing.
As soon as night falls, it's horrible. You can see the patients declining. It's freezing cold in the tent, down to -4. I felt stressed, hopeless. Hypothermia is one of the major causes of death here, especially in that tent.
And this wasn't just on one occasion.
No, there have been multiple cold fronts. How many patients need to die unnecessarily? We've tried to ask management where the money is being allocated to improve the tent, to get more staff. We don't get answers.
One patient who spent hours in that tent was Martin Lombo. His mother, with an old school photo of the 30-year-old who died last month. It's not clear why.
It was freezing. It was freezing. It was freezing. And you know it's winter and you know how it is. And then one side it was being open. How long was it? It was too long. Too long.
This is not an isolated story. Although South Africa has successfully moved past the peak of the pandemic, there is widespread anger here about mismanagement. In a local stream, we saw hundreds of discarded boxes of PPE, almost certainly dumped by criminals now trying to cover their tracks as the government promises a crackdown.
What concerns all South Africans are those instances where funds are stolen, where they are misused, where goods that we have to procure are overpriced.
At Sebokeng Hospital, the line between bad management and overt corruption is unclear. But these internal messages, leaked to the BBC, reveal how experts repeatedly warned against using tents in the South African winter, calling them inhumane. In a statement, the government rejected whistleblowers' claims and told us there was no evidence of patients dying of hypothermia. We're told the situation here has improved in recent days, partly because of steps taken, partly because the infection rate has come down significantly. But of course, those changes come far too late for some. Another cold night begins in a nation where the virus has revealed both courage and decay. Andrew Harding, BBC News, South Africa.
Now it's been 20 days since a huge explosion tore through Beirut, killing more than 200 people and injuring thousands. These pictures of what's left of Beirut port were shot at the weekend. The destruction of that prominent tall building has caused particular problems because it was a grain silo. Here's a World Food Programme representative.
All storage facilities have been destroyed. The grain silos have been destroyed. It is the only facility in all of Lebanon for the reception of bulk cargo, whether it is for bread making or animal feed. That facility has been completely wiped out. All equipment to discharge bulk has been completely wiped out.
Well, the World Food Programme says it's brought in over 12,000 tonnes of wheat flour. That's to stabilise the price of bread across the country. But of course, the economic and political crisis in Lebanon far predate the explosion. To add to the problems as well, there's coronavirus. Look at this tweet from journalist Louisa Lovelock. Lebanon is seeing an alarming rise in COVID cases. Tragically inevitable, the Beirut blast saw thousands of traumatised families, home wards for loved ones. Without government help, thousands more people then cleaned up streets together. Well, trying to deal with Lebanon's long-term problems on top of the new ones is unsurprisingly proving exceptionally difficult. So this report from Reuters is also unsurprising. Beirut faces a mental health crisis after the blast. The article quotes a psychologist as saying, "I never had other psychologists say we are not ready to talk at this moment. I need time to heal for myself. But the trauma has affected everyone." And here's what one volunteer currently helping deliver aid to residents told Reuters.
I don't know if it's healthy of the relief process we're doing in nation station because we're very distracted. It's very rewarding because we see help happening and impact really happening to people who are in need. But we are also in need, and we also need the therapy and the time off and the time. I think mentally and physically, the trauma that and the experience we've been through is gonna affect all of us. So I just hope we're ready for it. I'm ready. I just hope I'm ready for it.
Well, the sheer force of the explosion caused damage on an unprecedented scale. This article shows a small slice of that. A photographer returning to the historic neighbourhoods by the property
property developers are seeking to build modern flats in their place. This Wall Street Journal article puts it bluntly. Time for sharks. The BBC's Caroline Torbay has also been looking into this. Here's her.
From afar, they look like piles of rubble, but these are people's homes. Some of them, hundreds of years old, are part of Beirut's vanishing history. This house has been in Mary Jo's family since the 19th century. It survived Lebanon's violence in the war, but the disruptions this time is going to be hard to come back from.
This is our family mission, is to let this house survive for at least the future generation, because this is about the spirit of Beirut. This is about the traditional Lebanese houses. That is the richness and the soul of Beirut.
But Lebanon's economy is collapsing, and so far, the state hasn't provided any support to homeowners. Mary Jo and her family are struggling to fund repairs.
And it will cost you a lot of money. Yes. Yes, of course. No, we don't have it. We honestly don't have it.
Two of the historic neighborhoods most devastated by the explosion were already undergoing widespread gentrification. For some, this disaster is a golden opportunity. Several residents here told us about the offers to buy they had received, but no one we spoke to said they were willing to sell them.
This is a message of defiance against any kind of uprooting of the local communities here. And it comes despite the massive scale of destruction and the lack of any real support from the authorities.
Bashar is one of many architects volunteering to check on the structure of damaged buildings. He is offering residents advice on restoration so they feel less pressure to sell.
There are major risks to these neighborhoods. One of them is from the big property developers who we are told are lowering owners with very good prices to buy their properties.
Caroline Torbay with that report from Beirut. Don't forget you can get in touch with us on Twitter, and that's Caroline BBC. Back in a few minutes more. Outside, so stay with us.
Hello. At its best, Monday is the week. The problem was that the skies weren't just as clear as that. After the day everywhere, there were some passing showers, but all of that will be forgotten once we get engulfed by this massive cloud as it closes in on the British Isles. As you may have heard, that is Storm Francis, bringing the usual combination of named storms of a lot of rain and some pretty strong winds as well. We'll certainly feel the effects of that through Northern Ireland, England and Wales during the course of the night as that low pressure gradually trumpets its way right into the heart of the British Isles. A very wet start to the day, save for the greater part of northern Scotland and the Northern Isles, where the worst conditions never will reach during the course of Tuesday. But elsewhere, that rain is on the move. To rest and how. The heart of Scotland down into Northern Ireland, eventually to the northwest of England. But these are the gusts. This is the other feature of the weather. Around about the RSC, you could be looking at 66 mile an hour gusts. 50, 55 miles an hour, something of that order. So travel conditions will be really tricky, and of course there could well be some power disruption as well. The temperatures, well, not daily standing ground, which will make it to 2022 in the south, but the onshore wind, and plenty of it, northern cloud and rain, potentially 13 or so in the Aberdeen area. Even as far ahead as Wednesday, it's going to take time before we just push that low over towards Denmark, but we'll be on the western flank, particularly on the eastern side of both England and Scotland, where there'll be a noticeable north and northwesterly wind. There'll be a rattle of showers in that flow. Out west, it's a bit quieter, thankfully. Yes, the odd gust in the mix, but nowhere near the strength of Tuesday. 1 or 2 passing showers, but a lot of dry weather as a temporary, and I stress temporary, the ridge of high pressure falls into the Atlantic. A little bit of a dent there, high to 21.
On Thursday, we'll be looking to the Atlantic again to see the first signs of more unsettled weather creeping towards the British Isles. This comes in the form of a new area of low pressure gradually working its way towards us. The wind's not just as strong, but the it's a very unwelcome visitor.
Download the BBC News app and don't miss a story. Get the headlines as they happen. Personalise your app for the stories that matter to you and watch BBC News live wherever you are. Stay up to date whatever you're up to. Download the BBC News app.
Imagine if you had a life-changing illness and no one had ever given you a diagnosis. What is this?
I've had 4 operations.
Killing.
For the first time ever, can they solve the unsolvable? Doctors are often like crime detectives.
The pieces of the jigsaw puzzle come together and you're like, yes, every patient is a good friend.
Diagnosis Detectives starts next Monday at 9 on BBC Two.
Hello, I'm Karen Giannoni. This is Outside Source. Tests suggest Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny was poisoned, says the German hospital treating him. In the US, it's all about one man as the Republican National Convention kicks off. Donald Trump has been formally nominated to fight the November election.
If you want to really drive them crazy, you say 12 more years.
Staying in the US, blood products from people who've recovered from COVID-19 will be used more widely to treat current patients. We'll look at how effective this is. And in the UK, as England tries to get kids back to class, Scotland announces plans to introduce face coverings in communal areas and corridors in high schools. Hello and welcome. A German hospital treating the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny says tests they've carried out indicate he was poisoned. In a statement, they say the clinical findings indicate poisoning by a substance from a group of active cholinesterase inhibitors. While the doctors haven't yet identified the specific substance, they suggest it's been designed to impede brain activity. Here's Jenny Hill with more.
He is still in a coma. They say his condition is serious, although they say it's not life-threatening. But at this stage, they can't be sure that he'll make a full recovery. There may be some long-term consequences for his health. Now, they've been examining him ever since he arrived in Berlin on Saturday for treatment. They said it would take some time to try and get to the bottom of what had happened to him. And we still don't have all the answers. They still can't tell us exactly what the substance is, just that they are treating him now with an antidote, and as I say, his condition isn't thought to be threatening.
Well, the Russian news agency Interfax has reported that doctors in the city of Omsk, where the plane Mr. Navalny was on, made an emergency landing, says he tested negative for those cholinesterase inhibitors. Here's a tweet from Mr. Navalny's press secretary, though it's in Russian, but translated it says, "The fact that Alexei was poisoned was confirmed by us from the very beginning, despite the statements of the Omsk doctors and state propagandists. Now our words have been confirmed by analysis in independent laboratories. The poisoning of Navalny is no longer a hypothesis, but a fact." Now remember, Mr. Navalny is a politician and blogger who's long been the most prominent face of opposition to Russian President Vladimir Putin. He fell ill on a domestic flight last week. Now here you can see footage of Mr. Navalny being wheeled into an ambulance on the tarmac. His supporters suspect he drank poisoned tea at the airport before departing, and witnesses on the plane reported him screaming in the treatment. Well, last week, the Russian government said claims of poisoning are only assumptions until testing proved otherwise. That's worth remembering, though, that Kremlin's been accused of carrying out poisonings before, and on each of those occasions, it's denied any involvement. Back in September 2018, German doctors treating Pyotr Versilov said it was highly plausible he'd been poisoned. He's involved with the anti-Putin band Pussy Riot. Earlier in 2018, former Russian double agent Sergei Skripal and his adult daughter Yulia were found unconscious on a park bench in Salisbury in the west of England. While they both survived, British police said they were poisoned with the highly toxic nerve agent Novichok, which is also a cholinesterase inhibitor. Going further back to 2006, another former Russian spy, Alexander Litvinenko, died here in London after drinking tea laced with highly radioactive polonium. The head of a subsequent British government inquiry issued this finding. Taking full account of all the evidence and analysis available to me, I find that the Federal Security Service operation to kill Litvinenko was approved by FSB Director Nikolai Patrushev and also by President Putin. I've been speaking to our correspondent Sergei Golyashko in Moscow.
Kremlin for now remains silent. The only one response I've already heard is that the one I got from the vice chair of the Committee on International Affairs in the in Russian higher upper level of parliament. So Vladimir Jabarov, he told me that he does not believe in any poisoning claims, that he thinks that German doctors are biased and that Russian government don't let Navalny leave Russia if they had to cover up any poisonings, any traces of poison. So, which is why he's pretty sure, pretty confident that Navalny has not been poisoned, that he should just fallen ill, as President Putin referred to his European counterpart Charles Michel. He more or less said that Navalny just has fallen ill, and that's it.
And Sergei, if it is confirmed that this substance was in his blood, does anything because as we've seen in previous suspicions of poisoning cases, there's nothing but a blanket denial?
Well, sure it does, because actually that was the main reason why Navalny has been held in bonds. Well, that's what his supporters believe. They believe that doctors in Russia decided to keep Navalny in this Siberian city to cover up the traces of any poison, and after that they will let him travel to Germany or to other countries to be treated, but there will be no claims that Navalny has been poisoned. There will be no traces of this toxin in his blood. But it appears that there have been some traces, which is why it's a pretty bad situation for Kremlin, because in this case they will be asked to find who's accountable, who performed this attack on an opposition leader in Russia, and of course Kremlin will be held responsible either way. If they are even not connected at all with this poisoning, they will be held responsible in case to find who are actually involved in that, who ordered this attack. So if they wouldn't find it, there will be also problems for Kremlin, for President Putin himself, because in every meeting, every European leader will definitely ask you what happened to your opposition leader, what happened to your rival, why haven't you found anyone who's responsible for the attack, and so on and so on. Which is why it's a difficult situation for Kremlin, and which is why I think they remain silent for now.
That is our correspondent Sergei Golyashko in Moscow. Now, Republicans in the United States are holding their convention ahead of November's presidential election. Just like the Democrats' event last week, it will be a mostly virtual affair, but the Republicans are still conducting some in-person business. And this is the physical convention hall in Charlotte, North Carolina. 336 delegates are meeting there. That is a fraction of the 2,500 who would have been there in person were it not for COVID. They have renominated Donald Trump and Mike Pence for president and vice president. Have a listen.
Michigan, the Great Lakes state, is going to cast all 73 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
All of Idaho's votes, 32 votes, to Donald John Trump.
The great state of Iowa fully sends, full send, unanimously, all of our votes to renominate you to lead our country, America, under God for 4 more years. Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, you're rehired.
Well, most of the speeches will be delivered remotely. For example, President Trump will be delivering his acceptance speech on Thursday from the White House, but he is also spending some time in Charlotte. Here's how his speech started today.
Now, if you want to really drive them crazy, you say 12 more years.
So that was President Trump trying to stir up Democrats. Constitutionally, he would only be able to serve for 4 more years, not 12, but he went on to talk his chances in November. Here's some more.
We have tremendous enthusiasm. I think we have record enthusiasm. We have a base. We have a base, the likes of which nobody's seen, including the Wall Street Journal did a fantastic story this weekend, a fantastic cover story this weekend on this base. It's an incredible base. Everybody here is going to vote. Everybody in our base. I mean, we have a tremendous base. They don't. They have no enthusiasm for their candidate.
Well, despite that claim, Donald Trump is trailing Joe Biden in the polls. That's been the case for a while now. The graph shows the trend based on the average taken from different polling companies. The president's been trailing his opponent since March and is currently 8 points behind. Well, this week's convention gives him a prime time opportunity to turn that around. Here's more from North America correspondent Ned Talby.
The Democrats had their turn breaking the convention to put on a virtual show whose format was an unexpected hit. It's raised the stakes as Republicans begin their convention. President Trump will have 4 nights to counter Joe Biden's message and convince undecided voters. His most loyal supporters aren't worried. Across the country, they've organized their own events, such as this boat parade in Lake Hopatcong, New Jersey. I think he's going to win. Sylvia Patilla believes President Trump will sail to victory, despite the dark cloud of the coronavirus, the economy, and race relations. She doesn't believe the polls that show him behind Joe Biden nationally.
There's a line in the sand that's been drawn, and you have to be really careful who you vote for, because the result of that election can change everything that we're familiar with.
If President Trump loses, what is it that you fear?
I fear socialism. I fear the destruction of small business. I fear that there will be more destruction of the family structure.
But President Trump may have a mountain to climb with swing voters.
President Trump only narrowly won Michigan, Wisconsin, and this state, Pennsylvania, in 2016, securing him the Electoral College, even though he lost the popular vote. So he can't afford to lose support in key battleground states. Pennsylvania plays to his strengths, whiter, more working class voters. But even here, polls show he's behind Joe Biden.
Well, normally the convention is where the party hammers out its electoral platform. Republicans have decided against drafting a new platform at all this year. They say they don't want a small contingent of delegates deciding on policy for the whole party. So instead, the Republican National Committee has issued a resolution stating that it continues to reject the policy positions of the Obama-Biden administration. It goes on to say the party will continue to enthusiastically support the president's America First agenda. So the Republicans are running on the president's record. Here are some of the delegates on that.
There's lots of things we can point to. Foreign affairs, and the economy doing better despite the COVID, etc. Lots of problems, sure, but lots of solutions.
Well, I think the American public is going to be wowed by a very different vision of America that Donald J. Trump has versus the Democrats. One of positivity, one of greatness, and one of excitement for our country.
So this week is all set to be the Trump show. A member of the president's family is due to speak each night at the convention, starting with his son, Donald Trump Jr. Here's our North American reporter, Anthony Zerka.
As you mentioned, polls that show him trailing Joe Biden have been remarkably stable over the past 7 or 8 months. So it's important to try to change that dynamic. And the best way to do that, and have the biggest audience, is in this convention. Debates in a month and a half or so. Those are also going to be important, but to make an unfiltered message to the people where you have blocks of time, an hour a night, Monday through Thursday, they're not going to, Republicans aren't going to get a chance better than that.
Yeah, and I mean, we know how much Donald Trump loves big rallies. He's not really going to get that this time around. How much is that a setback or disadvantage?
Well, you know, trying to have that rally in Tulsa ended up being a disaster with lower turnout and many people getting the coronavirus and leading to an outbreak, it seems, in that city. So yeah, he uses these rallies as a kind of a sounding board to figure out what his base wants, what his lines and strategies work. I think the campaign's going to try to do some modified rallies. This last week, they went around to some cities in the U.S. where Donald Trump came in on his plane, crowd in the airport hangar, and then left. I was actually in the pool following Donald Trump when he went to Minnesota and Wisconsin. You could tell Donald Trump got energy from that. He was beaming when he got on board Air Force One. So I think you're going to see the campaign try to do more and more of those types of smaller rallies to replicate the feeling that he had at the big ones.
Now, his senior advisor, Kellyanne Conway, has just departed. What's been going on?
Well, Kellyanne Conway was Donald Trump's campaign manager during the home stretch of 2016, the first woman to successfully lead a presidential campaign. She's been in the White House ever since, and she's been clashing publicly with her husband, who's a conservative, but does not like Donald Trump at all on social media. Just recently, when her 16-year-old daughter started speaking out on social media about how she did not approve of her mom's time in the White House. So I think this puts a lot of stress. Being in the White House puts a lot of stress on anyone. And I think she is legitimately stepping back, paying more attention to her family, and she says that's what her top priority is. So I think you have to understand that it is not easy being in the spotlight for that long, especially with ruling White House hours.
As Anthony Zerka in Washington as the Republican National Convention gets underway. Stay with us on Outside Source. Still to come, we'll have all the latest on the global pandemic, including Hong Kong, which has documented what researchers are calling the world's first case of coronavirus reinfection. Here in England, the Prime Minister has urged parents to send their children back to school when classes return next week. His chief political correspondent, Vicky Young.
After they had to U-turn on getting all pupils back in June, with chaos around the exam results, they really do need to get it right. Boris Johnson's obviously making it his priority on his return from holiday, and what they're doing is laying out very clear expectations to parents, to teachers and to schools, saying that all schools in England must reopen, all pupils should attend, and the full syllabus should be taught. Now, the language is pretty striking too. I think saying that it's not just some kind of nice optional extra, the education of our children. It's a moral duty, says the Prime Minister, to make sure that it happens. Now, of course, laying out expectations is one thing. There are still some huge logistical challenges. That debate about face coverings, we heard there from Nicola Sturgeon, didn't we, in Scotland, that's going to continue. And I think some real anxiety amongst parents too about what happens if there's a COVID outbreak in the school.
Outside Source, live from BBC News with me, Karen Junek. The main story: tests suggest Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny was poisoned, says the German hospital treatment. Protests have erupted in the US state of Wisconsin after police shot a black man who was unarmed. Video posted online appears to show Jacob Blake being shot in the back. He's in a serious condition. US are high over police brutality and racism after a series of violent incidents against Black Americans. The Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden said the officers in Wisconsin must be held accountable. And North American correspondent Ali Makbul reports, and a warning you might find some of the images in his report disgusting.
It's become a phenomenon. Angry protests after the police shooting. This time it's Wisconsin, where in the early evening, officers have been called to deal with the domestic disturbance. In mobile phone video, 29-year-old Jacob Blake is seen looking around his car, followed by officers with weapons drawn. As he opens the door, an officer pulls on his shirt and several shots are fired. Onlookers start screaming and the car door blares as Mr. Blake slumps on the steering wheel. A prominent civil rights lawyer says Mr. Blake's 3 sons were in the vehicle at the time. Police say they immediately offered medical assistance, but Jacob Blake remains in a serious condition in the hospital. Some witnesses told local news channels he'd been trying to stop a fight between 2 women. The details of what led up to the shooting are still emerging. The reaction came quickly, with hundreds taking to the streets, trucks that had been moved into place to block protesters were set on fire.
We're tired of it. And right now, this is the wrong generation that this is happening to. The frustration is boiling to the top, and we're sick and tired.
Eventually, an emergency curfew was imposed, and the state's governor was quick to link this incident to others like the killing of George Floyd. The officers involved have been put on administrative leave. An investigation opened. It is less than 2 months since George Floyd was killed, and concern for many African Americans has been that in spite of the outrage over that death, the consequence has really changed. William McCall, BBC News.
Now an update on COVID-19 around the world, starting in Hong Kong, where researchers say they've proved that a man living in the territory was infected with COVID-19 for a second time. It's the world's first such documented case. The research comes from the Hong Kong University's School of Medicine. In a tweet, it says the case suggests that immunity could be short-lasting after natural infection and that COVID-19 may persist in the global human population like the common cold. The full research paper hasn't yet been published, so some aspects of the case aren't yet clear. Now, this is the warning from the World Health Organization on that.
We need to not jump to any conclusions. To say, even if this is the first documented case of reinfection, it is possible.
To the US, where the Food and Drug Administration has given emergency authorization for the use of plasma to treat coronavirus patients. The technique uses antibody-rich blood plasma from people who've recovered from the disease and has already been used on over 70,000 people in the States. The FDA says early trials indicate it's safe, though more trials are needed to prove its effectiveness. And there's concern that pressing ahead with the treatment now could hinder the collection of more data. Now, using antibody-rich blood plasma is a technique that dates back to the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918 and was recently approved by the World Health Organization to combat the outbreak of Ebola in West Africa. Trials on the use of blood plasma to treat COVID are underway in the US, the UK, India, China, Germany, and France. But so far, there's little evidence that plasma actually helps coronavirus patients, and there is a risk that the donor could pass on other illnesses to the patient. Well, this is the latest update from the World Health Organization on plasma trials.
The results are not conclusive. I should say that the trials have been relatively small.
With all therapies, there can be risks, and so that's another thing that one has to consider. And in the case of convalescent plasma therapies, there are a number of side effects, from relatively mild chills and fevers that can be associated with it to more severe lung-related injuries and circulatory overload.
And here's Professor Richard Haynes from Oxford University to explain how it works.
When you give those antibodies to a patient who's got coronavirus, they may give their own immune system, if you like, a jump start. So they might not have their own antibodies yet, but you give them this big dose of antibodies from somebody else, and they may be able to help them kill off the virus a bit more quickly than they otherwise could, and stop them from getting so unwell.
Now, research in Britain shows that it's not certain the treatment can work. Our medical editor Fergus Walsh reports on the trials happening here.
This is convalescent plasma. Thousands of patients who've recovered from COVID-19 have been donating theirs. Like Paul, who was in intensive care in Manchester for 2 weeks. His plasma contains the highest level of coronavirus antibodies doctors have seen here.
Look, I don't know what. You know what? Can't get some chocolate as well. Try it in a biscuit.
I tested positive for antibodies and so volunteered. So I'm about halfway through my plasma donation. What happens is my whole blood is taken out and then the plasma is filtered off. And the red cells, white cells and platelets are then fed back into my body. And this is the whole point of donation, to help patients like Bernard in hospital in Chesterfield. He's part of a trial assessing whether antibodies in convalescent plasma can help COVID patients like him get better faster.
We really want this treatment to work. We think there's good reasons why it might. But we don't know that yet from the data which has been presented. So I think we need more data to show that it truly is effective, and also really importantly, before we start giving this treatment to tens or hundreds of thousands of people, we need data to show that it's safe.
Thousands more donors and COVID patients are needed. It'll be months before we know if convalescent plasma is another weapon against coronavirus. Fergus Walsh, BBC News.
Well, let's turn to Europe, because France and Italy had a record number of daily cases over the weekend. France has reported its highest daily number of new confirmed cases since May. Italy's also seen its highest rise in cases since May, but when we look at this graph, which shows the number of confirmed cases per 100,000 people, Italy drops below Spain, France, the UK and Germany. Meanwhile, France will soon impose a 14-day quarantine on all arrivals from the UK to mirror the restrictions imposed by the British government early this month, you'll remember, on people arriving from France. The measures will be decided in the next days. Now, in Scotland, we're told final consultations are underway to introduce face coverings into secondary schools. However, the rule will only apply to corridors and communal areas as students move between classes. Here's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon.
We're consulting on this specific measure because, firstly, mixing between different groups is more likely in corridors and communal areas, increasing the potential for transmission. Secondly, crowding and close contact in these areas is more likely, and voices should be raised, resulting in greater potential for creating aerosol transmission. And finally, there is often less scope for effective ventilation in these areas. So this is a position, if we can put it as we expect to do, actually go slightly beyond current WHO guidance.
And let's finish in New Zealand, which has extended the lockdown of its biggest city, Auckland. Auckland went into lockdown on the 12th of August, a day after the virus re-emerged in the city and ended New Zealand's run of 102 days without local transmission. Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern says stay-at-home orders will remain in place until at least late Sunday.
I know there are many who found it harder this time. In part, I imagine a reminder that this is the world's reality and that COVID is ever present is part of that. It is a hard reality to accept.
Just to end on our main story, just to remind you what's broken in the last few hours, the Berlin hospital treating the seriously ill Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny says he does appear to have been poisoned. Thanks for watching our
Hello. At its best, Monday hasn't been a bad start to the week. The problem was that the skies weren't just as blue as that right throughout the day. Everywhere there were some passing showers, but all of that will be forgotten once we get completely engulfed by this massive cloud as it closes in on the British Isles. As you may have heard, that is Storm Francis, bringing the usual combination of named storms of a lot of rain and some pretty strong winds as well. We'll certainly feel the effects of that through Northern Ireland, England and Wales during the course of the night, as that low pressure gradually trundles its way right into the heart of the British Isles. A very wet start to the day, save for the greater part of northern Scotland and the Northern Isles, where the western conditions never will reach during the course of Tuesday. But elsewhere, that rain is on the move, although it comes to rest and out across the heart of Scotland, down into Northern Ireland, and eventually to the northwest of England. But these are the gusts. This is the other feature of the weather. Around about the Irish Sea, you could be looking at 60, 70 mile an hour gusts. Inland areas, 50, 55 miles an hour, something of that order. So travel conditions will be really tricky. And of course, there could well be some power disruption as well. The temperatures, well, not a day to stand around in, but you'll make it to 20 or 22 in the south. But the onshore wind and plenty of it, and all the cloud and rain, will keep the temperatures at 13 or so in the Aberdeen area. Even as far ahead as Wednesday, it's going to take time before we just push that low over towards Denmark, but will be on its western flank, particularly in the eastern side of both England and Scotland, where there'll be a noticeable north and northwesterly wind. There'll be a rattle of showers in that flow. Out west, something a bit quieter, thankfully. Yes, the odd gust in the mix, but nowhere near the strength of Tuesday. 1 or 2 passing showers, but a lot of dry weather as a temporary, and I stress temporary, little ridge of high pressure falls in from the Atlantic.
but those temperatures taking a little bit of a dent there, high of 20 or 21. Come Thursday, we'll be looking to the Atlantic again to see the first signs of more unsettled weather creeping towards the British Isles. This comes in the form of a new area of low pressure gradually working its way towards us. The wind's not just as strong, but for the end of summer, it's a very unwelcome visitor.
One day, after 3,000 years of waiting, a raindrop rose from the sea. It flew across the sky for miles, among others with raindrops. But this one would not fall unnoticed, trickling into insignificance. This raindrop came from you ready for it. To know what's coming, check the BBC weather app. What does the BBC World Service mean to me?
As a space scientist and a lecturer, I do travel a lot. It's about that global view, that pulse of the world.
A certain quality of information, a certain quality of rigor, culture, BBC proms, and it exposed me to the whole world outside the town in India.
Oh, what's this?
Bringing the world closer. The BBC World Service.
Imagine if you had a life-changing illness but no one had ever given you a diagnosis.
What is this?
I've had 4 operations. Didn't kill me.
For the first time ever, can they solve the unsolvable? Doctors are often like crime detectives.
The pieces of the jigsaw puzzle come together and you're like, yes, every patient is looking for answers.
Oh, kiss you.
Join Michael Malmsby on Diagnosis Detectives. Starts next Monday at 9
Still
on
pure.
BBC2 and iPhone.
No, fine.
Hello, this is BBC News. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. The headlines. Nicola Sturgeon says secondary school pupils in Scotland could soon have to wear face coverings while moving between classes.
Mixing between different groups is more likely in corridors and communal areas, increased potential for transmission.
As Boris Johnson tells parents, it's vitally important their children return, the Education Secretary says, and there are no plans for masks in English schools.
We're not in a position where we're sort of suggesting that, because we believe there's a system of controls there in place in all schools for children to be able to return safely.
German doctors treating the Russian opposition politician Alexei Navalny say there is evidence he was poisoned. Protests erupt in the US state of Wisconsin after video footage shows police shooting a black man several times. Dozens of people are feared trapped beneath a 5-story building which collapsed in Mumbai in India. Well, welcome to the programme. I'm going to start with some breaking news from here in the UK. We're going to Norfolk, a coronavirus outbreak at a processing plant in Norfolk. We're just hearing this, that 7 workers at a chicken processing plant have tested positive for coronavirus. 5 more workers at that same plant, the Banham poultry plant, are isolating whilst they await their test results. The Director of Public Health for Norfolk says all of those are isolating for 14 days. And they said the management team at Banham Poultry has acted quickly to prevent the spread of the virus and is working closely with us to trace the contact of those who have tested positive. So 7 workers at that chicken processing plant in Norfolk have tested positive for coronavirus. Right, next, Boris Johnson has appealed to parents in England to send their children to school when classrooms reopen next week, saying the risk to children is far more damaging for their development to stay away any longer. It comes as some head teachers spoke out saying that there had been insufficient guidance or funding to help them prepare. Many pupils in Northern Ireland, the autumn term started today. In Wales, they go back next week. In Scotland, where pupils have been back for 2 weeks, the use of face coverings in secondary schools, corridors and communal areas is set to be introduced. More on that in a moment, with our first report this evening, is our education editor, Branman Jeffers.
The first day back for some in Northern Ireland. Brilliant. Let's see your friends again. So
All other pupils will follow next week, when most of England's schools will also reopen. But Birmingham is on high COVID alert. Restrictions increased over the weekend. These students hope to start sixth form next week.
I think it's going to be difficult at first with the social distancing, the COVID, and just knowing how this is all going to come together.
The human interaction helps us remember the content that we're being taught, and like if someone else in a class struggles, we can kind of help each other, and I think that's what works better than being online.
I think it'll be hard readjusting to an academic environment. I think that'll be the same for students up and down the country.
So how are you going to... The school is going to stagger start times. Most pupils get here by bus and train, but they need more advice to plan for the challenges ahead.
We haven't had a local lockdown whilst schools have been fully open, so I don't know what that will look like or feel like. I hope that schools become a priority, and if we can lock down other things and still enable schools to open, I think pupils really, really need to be in school with their teachers.
Birmingham is just one step away from having to go back into lockdown. Schools in areas like this, where cases have been rising, want much clearer advice about what would happen. I understand the government is looking at a range of contingency measures, and that could include schools operating on a rota basis in areas where cases are high. To get pupils back, one union leader told me ministers are realistic.
So we're consulting the government on this. Government are consulting with us about the possibilities of how schools are going to run that area. It's really important that head teachers know what those plans are, that parents know what those plans are. Actually, it will give confidence to parents to send their children back.
His job to get children back to school. So what if lessons are disrupted again?
In our guidance, what we'll ask schools to do is make sure that they're planning to ensure that actually children don't miss out on their education if they're not in school and they continue to educate when they return.
More guidelines are expected, but will they arrive before schools open? Bronwyn Jeffries, BBC News, Birmingham.
Well, as you heard, face coverings look set to be made compulsory in Scottish secondary schools in corridors and communal areas, with the government in the final stages of consulting teachers and local authorities on the plans. Some schools are already advising students to wear face coverings, as Lorna Gordon reports.
Scottish schooling in the time of COVID. Here in Inverclyde, older secondary school pupils are already being encouraged to wear face coverings in areas where physical distancing is hard.
It'd be perfect if we didn't need to wear a face mask, but however, it keeps us safer. You know, children, they want to talk to each other, they do want to step into that 2 metre zone, and so if they're wearing face masks, it's a bit better.
The challenge has been this: crowded corridors during brief crossover times between lessons. The Scottish Government now looking to bring in guidance nationwide.
The Education Secretary is in the final stages of consulting with teachers and local authorities on a recommendation for the use of face coverings by staff and pupils in secondary schools when they are moving around in corridors and communal areas.
Ahead of every class, hands are cleaned, tables wiped, pupils now sitting facing forward in the same direction. This area has the highest rate of deaths from COVID in Scotland. Pupils here say they understand why the new rules are being introduced.
I feel like we needed them from the start, but now that we've been advised to use them now, going through quarters and a break in lunch, I feel like it's a good thing. How are you finding it?
It's hard to talk, but it's fine. It's fine for me anyway.
A number of community-based COVID clusters have been confirmed among pupils and staff at Scottish schools. 22 cases linked to Kings Park School in Dundee. Parents here in Inverclyde in the main supportive of the latest moves to keep children safe.
I'm all for it. I think they went to school anyway with the face masks, originally hoping that they would choose to wear them themselves. So I think it's a good idea.
He has asthma, so I don't know how comfortable I'll be with that for wearing it for long. But I'm not upset in principle.
We were talking inside, but what's that like?
Another change, learning outdoors is now actively encouraged. When the colder weather comes, that may become a challenge. One of many for teachers and government who say safety is a top priority. and so too is keeping children in full-time education. Gordon, BBC News, Undergrad Academy in Greenock.
Let's speak to Jim Matthews, who is a former head teacher and the General Secretary of School Leaders Scotland, which represents around 75% of secondary school head teachers in Scotland. Good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
So what do you make of this idea to wear masks in corridors to try and help stop the spread in those areas where pupils are pretty close together?
Yeah, I think as we've been through the process of return to school, we're learning, and we're learning very, very quickly in the way in which we can gather confidence, in the way in which we can keep the young people and members of staff safe. So it seems perfectly reasonable and sensible 10 days down the line from when most young people are back into school that we learn from that and this is the direction in which we're moving.
So you support it. What about the practicalities? Will children be able to keep their masks clean in school, things like that?
Again, this is all part of the learning process and part of the education process. We have got to understand, and most young people do understand how to look after themselves and how to look after themselves in the context of a school environment. They have experienced close proximity in a way in which over the course of the summer holidays and since lockdown they have not understood or been accustomed to. So we're getting our heads around about that. The youngsters are very, very adaptive, very, very receptive. Some of the young people we've just interviewed are absolutely typical of the young people in Scottish secondary schools.
And have the young people been able to maintain a social distance? Things like sports and playtime, lunchtime, things like that. It's much harder to them, but have they been able to?
Where they have been able to, they have managed to do that. They have tried, but in any normal school environment where there can be anywhere up to 1,400 young people moving around the internal part of the building at one time, it's very, very obvious. It's become clear very, very quickly that it's just not possible to do that all the time. Hence the move towards the guidance that's being produced today.
Yeah, we've been just in England, we've been hearing from teachers throughout the day, slightly anxious about going back into schools. How have teachers in Scotland found the process of going back?
I think it would be fair to say that if we were on the clock back a fortnight just before teachers were going back into school, teachers were anxious, some were apprehensive, as was a lot of the young people and their parents. What the Scottish Government has done since almost the end of April is to plan the going back to school. And we went up through the years a bit more quickly come the end of June when it was decided everyone would go back to school in August. And the kind of level of communication that's come through the system from the Education Recovery Group, both to parents and to the school community, has informed us we've been going along and has been receptive to the kind of feedback that has come from all the communities. So where we are just now wasn't arrived at over the past 4 to 5 weeks. It's been arrived at since we started looking at this at the end of April.
Okay, interesting stuff. Thank you very much, Jim. That's Jim Lewis there.
Thank you.
So, what is the risk of all children returning to school? Good question. Are they teachers, parents more likely to catch and transmit coronavirus? Here's our science editor, Emma.
The role of schools in the pandemic is a highly sensitive question and hard to answer because so many different factors are involved. First of all, what are the risks to children themselves? Well, there's more and more evidence that if they catch the virus, children are very unlikely to come to any harm. But what's still unknown is how easily they might pass it on.
I think the risk to the individual children is very low. We know that children aren't getting sick with COVID-19 and anything like the rates of adults. However, there is this concern that students may pass it to one another in the school ground or in the classroom, and then that student goes home with a new infection and introduces it to their households. That's a way of spreading the virus through the community.
So what are the risks to other people at schools and beyond? Older staff may be more concerned.
It's fraud, really, what you're doing. It's ridiculous, really. It's fraud, really. Big crime, really. Dishonesty, isn't it?
Eventually reopen. Scientists say it's very likely that there will be an increase in
stupidity as well.
Because public transport will become busier and parents will be able to get back to their places of work, all of which creates more chances for the virus to spread. So the message is that when schools are back, the rest of us need to be even more careful. We found a range of views on all this in Warrington.
I really want them to go back. I think they are missing it, but I'm not 100% confident that the right precautions are getting put in place.
I do feel it's better that they go back to school, obviously, for education purposes. But obviously, we're all frightened, all the family, of the coronavirus, and obviously the children bringing it back into the home. I think it's starting to affect some children, not being able to get out and meet friends and like they usually do. So yeah, I really do think they do need to go back to school.
And there are lessons from other countries that have already reopened their schools. Denmark was the first to try in Europe. It already had a low level of infections. Children were told to socially distance in class, while parents were kept fully involved and knew that care was needed. In Germany, many schools insist on masks in the classrooms. Even so, there have been outbreaks, but the risks are judged to be worth it for the sake of the children. David Truckman, BBC News.
And now to the latest coronavirus figures released for the previous 24 hours. Now, there were 853 new confirmed cases across the UK. And as you can see from this graph, that means for the last week, the average number of new cases per day was 1,060. 4 deaths were reported in the past 24 hours of people who've had positive COVID-19 tests within the preceding 28 days. That takes the total number of UK deaths.
Oh, right. I realise we're wrong, hello, friend. Do you like my profile picture? Yeah, it's good, man.
New permanent
We're
jobs.
TV3 everything.
Supermarket says these roles to be filled by people who joined on a temporary basis at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. The new roles are, in addition to the 4,000 permanent jobs already created this year, I'm going to include 10,000 pickers to assemble customer orders and 3,000.
Oh, Bigfoot is there as well. Hello, I like Bigfoot. So I see you there. I see the DJ with your music and I think him.
Nicola Sturgeon says secondary school pupils in Scotland could soon have to wear face coverings while moving between classes. As Boris Johnson tells parents, it's vitally important.
I'm alright, not too bad. How are you?
The Secretary says there are no plans for masks in English schools. German doctors treating the Russian opposition politician Alexei Navalny.
We got sped to him.
He was poisoned.
So no, do that. Take your shit out in there.
Well, researchers say they've confirmed the first case of someone being infected with COVID-19 for a second time. The discovery in Hong Kong suggests that people who get the disease and recover may not have immunity for very long. Well, Dr. Sarah Pitt is a virologist at the University of Brighton and a fellow of the Institute of Biomedical Science. Good evening. Thanks so much for talking to us on the programme.
Good evening.
So, on the face of it, this sounds pretty worrying and scary, is it?
No, it's what we expect. We know that people who get coronavirus infections in general don't necessarily have lasting immunity, and there have been studies, quite detailed studies where they've actually done a detailed study of a winter. It was in New York, it was a couple of years ago, and they studied common cold coronaviruses, and they found that people were coming back 2 or 3 times. The same patient was coming back with a coronavirus infection 2 or 3 times in a winter season. So it's not a particular surprise. The interesting thing about this is that the patient was very ill the first time and in hospital, and so they've got quite a lot of information about the virus which she had at the time. But then the second time it's been picked up just recently was when he was going through an airport and he was just routinely tested, didn't have any symptoms, he wasn't ill, but they found he had the virus, and then they were able to take it back to the laboratory and sequence it and found that it was a different strain of the virus, which is interesting and proves that you can get reinfected. But it isn't.
You can get reinfected with just
disease virus, different unique strand.
They were asymptomatic the second time. That's what's positive about this.
Yes, I mean, I think that's the interesting thing, and that's the thing we probably expect. I don't that there must be. You might have some sort of
a little bit of protection from the previous infection. But of course, with the proviso that nobody really knows it's a brand new virus, we're basing quite a lot of assumptions on what we know about the other coronaviruses that have been around for a bit longer. But nobody can be really sure about any of it. But that's what it certainly looks like.
Of course. And one thing I'm interested in is, obviously it's great news if you have it and then the second time you have it you're asymptomatic, which is what we're presuming from this case. But there's still a problem there, isn't it? Because if you have it and you're asymptomatic, presumably we don't know whether you can go around spreading it.
Well, I mean, we do know that if you are asymptomatic, that you're actually able to, the virus can be picked up in a test. That means you're able to spread the virus to other people. So what it does mean is that just because you've had the virus, and some people have had it and they either know they've had it because they were in hospital, or they had a test at the time, or there are other people who have now gone and had an antibody test because they had symptoms earlier on in the year. They shouldn't assume that they are not going to get it again, and they also shouldn't assume that they're not going to be able to spread it.
Well, that sounds like really disappointing, really bad news, because I remember at the start of this outbreak, there was certainly hope that once you had it, you wouldn't get it again and you wouldn't be able to spread it. But that's just not true. This sounds like a pretty depressing result out of Hong Kong.
It doesn't. It isn't depressing. It's what I've always expected all along. So because of the nature of coronaviruses, what we know about coronaviruses, we know this sort of thing will happen. But what it does say is that everybody should be doing social distancing. Everybody should be wearing masks, which we're wearing masks to protect each other as much as ourselves. And just because you've had the infection, you either think you did or you know you did, doesn't mean to say that you shouldn't be doing the precautions that everybody else is doing. I think that just...
Yeah, so that's absolutely fascinating, and thank you for underlining that, and especially important as we go into winter now.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I think we don't know what's going to happen in winter. That's quite an interesting thing, because if we're all doing social distancing and wearing masks, we have fewer coughs and colds, or because coronavirus is around, will that enhance our opportunity to get, coughs and colds? We don't really know, actually. But if everybody's wearing masks in closed spaces and on public transport and in shops, it should reduce the chances of just getting normal colds and influenza as well, because that's what the mask is designed to do.
Interesting. Fascinating. So good to talk to you, Doctor. Thank you very much for coming on, Dr. Sarah.
Thank you.
Next, as the country has emerged from the lockdown of life haven't resumed, among them social events for the elderly. Some charities say that after having to protect themselves from COVID-19 for weeks, many older people are now struggling with loneliness and isolation and are keen to embrace a fuller once more.
I used to be out all the time.
Pauline spent much of the past few months walking through a large garden. On the night in April, COVID had unsettled the
18th. When you get to my age, that's what you live for, really.
While Pauline takes her daily walk, several health problems mean her neighbour Kathy has limited movement. But as she said last time, her partner had moved in to help. How are you getting on? Things have changed slightly.
We just go on every night, 7 days a week, including bank holidays.
But the lockdown has been bearable. She's far from lonely.
Everybody phones me. So I've had to turn my phone off in the last fortnight from 8 o'clock at night, and I put it on 5 o'clock the next evening.
I have too many phone calls. It is nice, but they spoil me too much. They really do. But there you go. I'm lucky enough. Some people don't know that.
Many people retire here from elsewhere, so families can live far away, and loneliness is a constant danger, exacerbated by lockdown. Edward Bell has therefore initiated a pen pal service, encouraging
You know, getting on there, old cobblers.
But the 84-year-old has gained a new friend, a pen pal, after a viewer wrote to him.
I'm well pleased to be honest with you. Yeah.
Gun enthusiast misses his bowls and friends, but is stoical of it life.
Sometimes do a bit of drawing. I like to runaway craft, out of balsa wood, things like that. And clean out guns, that guy at gold.
The reopening of pubs and cafes hasn't made much difference to most people here, and their concern is another spike, forced to spend more time at home.
It's worrying, isn't it? There's a few cases down here, aren't there? So, don't know how bad it is, though.
Wouldn't fancy another lockdown, would you?
No, I hope not. No, there's another 9 weeks.
Each day as it comes. It's just that currently each day is less fulfilling than they'd wish. Michael Buchanan, BBC News, Holland-on-Sea in Essex.
The Tokyo Paralympics should be getting underway this week. Is 5 times gold medalist wheelchair racer Hannah Clockwell, who's been telling Sally Nugent about her lockdown training regime and her fears for the sport's recovery.
Japan postponed the Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics to next year.
Olympics will be held by the summer of 2025.
Tokyo's Olympic claim will have to be confirmed for another year. The games fight.
When it was announced, I was absolutely gutted. At the start, it felt like my world had just ended. I didn't have time to kind of, make a new plan. Full steam ahead now. That's where I want to be in a year's time.
It's going to be Hannah Cockcroft who takes the goals for Great Britain.
The last few months has really made me appreciate what sport is to me.
She is delighted.
How difficult has it been to maintain any type of training routine during lockdown?
So it never actually changed my training at all. We just obviously had to adapt bits of it because nothing was open. Kind of the night before lockdown was put in place. Our gym coach came and left loads of dumbbells on our doorstep, and over lockdown we managed to kind of build our own home gym in the garage. So we've been, on the rollers in the back bedroom for a lot of time. I'm very much a routine person, I like to know when I'm competing, where I'm competing, all the dates, all the times, all set out in my diary. I like to know, I'm at the track this day at this time. Just like to know those things, and that was all kind of whipped from under your feet in a day, in one sentence.
Do you feel that the pandemic and the situation that we've all been living through for the last several months has hit Paralympic sport, Paralympians harder maybe than anyone else?
It's hit everyone hard, so I'm not saying us more than everyday people, but I think in sport, Paralympians definitely have been hit hard because we already struggle to put on events, we already struggle to attract sponsors, attract crowds, and taking a whole year away from that kind of circuit, I think we might struggle to recover from that.
You obviously have a real drive and a determination to go, but do you think other para-athletes might struggle with that decision?
When we're out there training, we're pushing our bodies to absolute limits, and your whole immune system is then lowered because you are finding those limits, and then you're more at risk. So a lot of athletes have to step back and go, I need to, tone down my training, just make sure that I'm safe. And I think that it's going to be a massive decision for a lot of us to decide, what's more important, my life or my sport.
Just want to bring you a quick bit of breaking news out of Wisconsin in the US. You will have heard, no doubt, of the shooting of the black man Jacob Blake there, who is in intensive care. Well, we're just hearing that Wisconsin is to deploy the National Guard to Kenosha, which is the town where it happened, due to the unrest following the police shooting of the black man, Jacob Blake. There have been protests in the streets there in that town. Right, time now for a look at the weather. Here's Phil.
Monday was okay for the most part across the British Isles, some blue skies, but then the colour came along and so did the showers. But what a difference today makes, because Storm Francis will be the main feature of Tuesday. Very wet, very windy. We've got a very deep area of low pressure deepening all the while as it makes its way towards the British Isles. Notice the number of isobars, and it will be a wet start to the day across England, Wales, Northern Ireland, southern parts of Scotland. Throughout the day, it can only be the very far north of Scotland that holds on to the sunshine. Eventually, the sunshine returns in the south as the rain clears away, until later on we bring it back into the north of England. But that's only half the story. What may well cause greater disruption is the strength of the wind. 40 across Northern Ireland, around about the Irish Sea, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour perhaps, and even in inland areas, tricky driving conditions, a lot of standing water, surface spray, and some very strong winds as well. Take care from me. Bye-bye.
This is BBC News. Donald Trump and Joe Biden do agree on one thing. Both say this is the most important election in American history.
The president kicks off the Republican National Convention with an hour of unscripted remarks.
Formally accepting his renomination as the party's candidate, Mr. Trump warned that Democrats are trying to steal the election.
The only way they can take this election away from us is this is a rigged election. We're going to win this election.
In Wisconsin, as another black man is shot by police in America. Latest reports say the National Guard is being deployed to the town of Kenosha.
Also in the programme, in the Berlin hospital treating a seriously ill Russian opposition leader, Alexei Navalny, says he appears to have been poisoned. And NASA warns that an asteroid could hit Earth the day before the US election, though it's not expected to disrupt the US Postal Service.
Hello, I'm Katty Kay in Washington. Christian Fraser is in London. President Trump flew down to North Carolina today for the opening night of his party's convention. It's a little bit of an empty gesture since, like the Democrats gathering last week, the Republican National Convention will mostly take place in cyberspace and not in Charlotte. But he wants to be front and centre of this event, and he will appear every night of the gathering, somehow, somewhere.
Last week, Joe Biden got a bump in the polls from his convention. Mr. Trump is hoping for the same this week. The country's record-high COVID toll and the poor economy could make that complicated. But the message this week is that the only thing standing between anarchy and socialism is the second term of Donald Trump.
We have to win. This is the most important election in the history of our country. This is the biggest. This is it. Our country can go in a horrible, horrible direction, or in an even greater direction. And before the plague came in from China, that's where we were going. We were going in a direction like we had never seen, the most successful economy in the history of our country.
Speaking on Sunday shows here in America, the senior advisor to President Trump, Jason Miller, gave a flavour of what audiences can expect from this week's event.
Great message from the president and from our allies, and it's going to tell a very beautiful story.
Well, that sounds dandy, except we know the president himself may not stick with that upbeat message.
Your life under Biden presidency Think of the smoldering ruins in Minneapolis, the violent anarchy of Portland, the bloodstained sidewalks of Chicago. Fascists, they are fascists. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them, but they're getting closer and closer. We have to win this election.
So, what's it going to be? Let's bring in former Deputy Communications Director for President Trump's 2016 campaign, Brian Lanza. He joins us now from Washington. Brian, thank you very much for joining the program. What's it going to be? Anarchy, bloodstains on the streets of America, or hope and optimism and a brand new day?
I think at the end of the day, it's a new day. You know, elections are always about looking forward, and this time more than ever, Americans are looking forward to a course correction of away from this COVID pandemic.
Right, but President Trump doesn't like doing brand new day and hope and optimism.
Yeah, listen, I think the president paints a picture of what's at stake, but you're going to if you elect Joe Biden, as contrast to what's at stake with President Trump. I think it's a binary decision that the American voters are going to make. And I think you can look at Chicago, which is a democratically run city, a Democratic county, a Democratic governor, and you can't say that that is progress in America. You look at the renewal that took place, that was taking place in the last 3 years, that was disrupted in February because of an international pandemic. We're the envy of the world, our economy. Small businesses were growing everywhere. Every ethnic group was advancing. Women's small businesses were at astronomical growth. There was a reason we ended up in this space, and that's because of President Trump's policies. And that's what's at stake. In the last 3 months, President Trump, his economy gained 9 million new jobs. Obama, in his entire 8 years as president, only got 8.5 million jobs. That's what's at stake. It's people's paychecks, people's lives.
So, Brian, one thing that Joe Biden did get out of last week is a bump in the polls from the Democratic National Convention. Support for him went from 40% to 45%. Does that set the bar pretty high for Donald Trump this week?
Listen, I think the president expects to have a unified Republican Party coming at this convention. And you know what? He has that today. I think if you look at the Democratic Party, they're not unified they're only unified with one vision. That's the vision of socialism and defeating President Trump. If you look at the Republicans are unified before, they're unified behind American exceptions. They're unified about people having opportunities, economic opportunities throughout the economic ladder in the United States. I think that's at the end of the day what that election is about, and that's what unifies the Republican Party.
Right, one of the highlights of the Democratic Convention was this fly around the state. We went into every state, we saw the richness of American culture in the form of the roll call. So
a lifetime later.
You'll see on the left the Democrats here, and on the right you see what is a fairly staid and not by comparison effort by the Republicans. Now you're in communications. I hate to pick holes in this, but the Trump campaign brought in a producer for The Celebrity Apprentice to make this zippy and punchy, and that doesn't look zippy and punchy at all.
Listen, I think a lot is wait to see. That's part of what these conventions are, is they offer up these surprises. On paper, I look at that and I say the Democratic Party, with respect to the delegate roll call count, did an amazing job to highlight who America is. They the diversity they had, the diversity in states was great. I'm looking forward for the Republicans to do something similar, and it's to be determined where we are. But this country is a beautiful country, and it offers a lot of unique communities, and I hope those are highlighted ultimately when we do the roll call for the presidency.
What do you make of the speakers list this week? We've got Donald Trump Jr., we've got Eric Trump, we've got Ivanka, we've got Melania, we've got Trump every night, and yet we don't have any of the previous Republican presidents, we don't have any of the former nominees. There isn't even space for the hometown senator, Tom Tillis, who's in a really tight race for the Senate.
I would say, the Republican convention with the Trump family is the greatest show on earth. I think people are going to look at that and be entertained. I think our ratings are probably going to be higher than the Democratic ratings were during their convention. I think that's a good thing. We didn't have enough time as previous conventions to get all those speakers in, so some very tough decisions had to be made, and that's unfortunate. We wish we had the normal 8 hours of TV or 6 hours of TV that we would get, but this time is different, and we're just adapting to what's different.
Sorry, Brian, you didn't have enough time to get the former president in. I mean, look at the Democratic National Convention. They had President Obama, they had President Carter on audio, they had President Clinton in person as well, and you couldn't make time in the whole week to have President Bush.
I would say it's no secret that those two don't get along. So why focus on an issue that everybody was ready to move on from?
Okay. Brian Mather, thank you.
They don't get along.
Yes, Brian.
Get along.
It is true. They do not get along. That's
Right,
true.
thank you very much.
But I don't think it was a question of timing.
Do you know who else was up there this week? Mary Trump.
One of the family members.
Mary Trump, the president's elder sister. She has said some fairly strong things. I think some people felt fairly uncomfortable that her niece was recording her and she didn't know she was being recorded. But do we have a clip of that? Yeah, let's just play that. Hang on.
All he wants to do is appeal to his base. He has no principles. None. None. Basically, my God, if you're a religious person, you want to help people.
So that is the woman who at one point was being floated by President Trump back in 2016 as a potential Supreme Court pick because she's a judge herself. I suspect she is no longer on the list of potential Supreme Court for the president. But
you like
does this make any difference to any voters? I
Groove's
just
delight,
don't
you
think
mean?
so, Christian. I mean, people who
Groove's in the art,
I
I
think it makes any difference to the Democrats. I mean, they know that it's connected because this is akin, really, isn't it, to the Hollywood the Access Hollywood teams, and everybody that broke just before the election last time, and there was lots of focus on it, and people didn't care. I think people think this sort of stuff is baked in from the Trump campaign, and indeed the Trump campaign.
I don't know. I don't know.
I was listening to one Republican strategist this weekend who said something really smart. He said, listen, Joe Biden has breadth when it comes to support. Donald Trump has depth when it comes to support. And the people who support him really, really support him and things like that.
That might be called something else, maybe.
And the latest reports from Wisconsin
might have
the
Let's Groove in it.
National Guard has
Okay.
been called in following protests
I'm not sure.
over the shooting of a reportedly unarmed black man. We don't know all the details of what happened yet, but we do have the video and the footage. It's depressing and too familiar. Jacob Blake was getting into his car when a white officer shot him 7 times in the back. In the video, Mr. Blake doesn't appear to be resisting or fighting or threatening anyone.
His family say he was shot in front of his 3 young children. Mr. Blake is now in intensive care after surgery. The shooting has brought a swift response. There were angry protests overnight in Wisconsin. And North America correspondent Ali McBull reports. So just a warning, you may find some of the images in his report distressing.
It's become a familiar scene. Angry protests after the police shooting of a black man. This time it's Wisconsin, where in the early evening, officers had been called to deal with a domestic disturbance. In mobile phone video, 29-year-old Jacob Blake is seen walking around his car, followed by officers with their weapons drawn. As he opens the door, an officer pulls on his shirt and several shots are heard. Onlookers start screaming and the car horn blares as Mr. Blake slumps over the steering wheel. A prominent civil rights lawyer says Mr. Blake's 3 sons were in the vehicle at the time. Police say they immediately offered medical assistance, but Jacob Blake remains in a serious condition in hospital. Some witnesses told local news channels he'd been trying to stop a fight between 2 women. The details of what led up to the shooting are still emerging. The reaction came quickly, with hundreds taking to the streets, trucks that had been moved into place to block protesters were set on fire.
We're tired of it. And right now, this is the wrong generation that this is happening to. The frustration is boiling to the top, and we're sick and tired.
Eventually, an emergency curfew was imposed, and the state's governor was quick to link this incident to others, like the killing of George Floyd. The officers involved have been put on administrative leave, and an investigation opened. It is less than 3 months since George Floyd was killed. The concern
Just can I send you my music if you want?
Outrage
It's up to you, bro.
little of consequence has really changed. Luma Bull, BBC News.
Questions with that
I won't leak it. I won't give it to anyone.
Now, doctors in Germany treating the Russian opposition politician Alexei Navalny say there are indications he was poisoned. The hospital treating him in Berlin said it did not identify the specific substance, but suggested it was designed to impede brain activity.
Mr. Navalny remains in a serious condition in a coma. He was transferred to Germany from Russia at the weekend, where he fell ill on an internal flight. Our correspondent Damien McGuinness is in Berlin. So, Damien, what more do we know about his condition now? He's been, in Germany for about 24 hours or so?
Yeah, that's right. So this is the first medical confirmation we've had that it does look like he was indeed poisoned, as you say. So they don't know the exact poison, the exact chemical used, but what they say is that it was part of a group of chemicals which tends to inhibit an enzyme which helps muscles function, which transmits functions of muscles to the brain. So it effectively causes muscle spasms, and it can also really lead to muscles contracting, which help people breathe, and that can mean that people can collapse, and that's what happened to Mr. Navalny. Interestingly, it's the same group of chemicals to which also Novichok also belongs, which you'll remember is the chemical, the poison used in the Skripal case in Salisbury in 2018. So that all contributes to what his supporters say looks like an attack by the Kremlin. Now, Germany's Chancellor, Angela Merkel, has also made her first official statement in reaction to this now. This evening, she said, okay, it looks like, according to this hospital information, that he was indeed poisoned. She's now called on Russia to conduct a full and transparent investigation, is how she puts it. She said, now we need to know exactly what happened, and those who are responsible need to be brought to justice. So these are quite strong words from Angela Merkel, although she has stopped short of blaming the Kremlin, because of course you have to remember that Mr. Navalny was an extremely active anti-corruption campaigner. So one of his main enemies was in fact Vladimir Putin. He accuses of widespread corruption, but he also had a lot of other enemies within Russia and within the business world there, especially because he did fight corruption so ferociously. So we can't rule out really who caused this, and we really don't know who is behind this exactly, but we do know now he was poisoned, and that's a big step forward into finding out really what happened to him.
Yeah. Chancellor, we have plenty of evidence of how the Kremlin deals with allegations like this, Skripal's, Alexander Litvinenko, so we don't need to guess at what the statement will be when it comes.
Yeah, that's right. And I think a lot of people are trying to piece together, are trying to really ask whether this is a pattern developing. So his supporters say that using a chemical like this is really part of the Kremlin's playbook. That's what they claim. They also say that to use a chemical like this, you really need go ahead really from the top of the Russian system. But I think people in Germany are viewing it also in a more nuanced fashion, because it's a very complex situation. As I say, on the one hand, Mr. Navalny had a lot of enemies within the Russian system in general, in the business world. Also within Germany, you do have a feeling that there are lots of different views here. I think the German government is going to view this in a more nuanced way than possibly the American or British government might view it. I think we're probably going to still have quite a nuanced response from Angela Merkel, who's going to be wanting to keep that link going with Mr. Putin, not to solve lots of other global problems, which needs Russia on board for.
Okay, Damien McGuinness there for us in Berlin. Damien, thank you very much. Like it or not, Christian, looks like the German.
Oh, I can see this. You want to hear my Japan? If you like, yeah, if you like.
Now, finding solutions for the
You got any on news? You got any on online yet? Or do you have to email it as MP3s or
last week at a meeting for food and drink.
what format is it in?
Peter Navarro, of course, the president's close advisor, accused scientists of dragging their feet. You're all deep state, he said. You need to get on Trump time. And so yesterday, under mounting pressure from the White House, the FDA suddenly announced the emergency authorization for convalescent plasma,
which is created from the blood of people who have recovered from COVID-19. President Trump claims the therapy could reduce death rates by 35%.
You know, yeah, I'll type it for you. Hang on a second.
Trial here in Britain, they're still unsure whether it will be effective. Our medical editor Fergus Walsh reports on the British trials.
This is convalescent plasma. Thousands of patients who've recovered from COVID-19 have been donating theirs. Like Paul, who was in intensive care in Manchester for 2 weeks, his plasma contains the highest level of coronavirus antibodies doctors have seen here.
It's an hour every day. It's no harm, it's painless. If you can help other people not go through what I went through, then fantastic. I would love.
And Sue who was in hospital in London. She's donated plasma 5 times.
Why do you keep coming back?
Because I can't put a price on what the NHS has done for me. I'm getting upset now. But they were so good.
It's the antibodies against coronavirus which doctors want. They're found in plasma, this yellow liquid. I tested positive for antibodies and so volunteered.
So I'm about halfway through my plasma donation. What happens is my whole blood is taken out and then the plasma is filtered off. Then the red cells, white cells and platelets are then fed back into my body.
And this is the whole point of donation, to help patients like Bernard in hospital in Chesterfield. He's part of a trial assessing whether antibodies and convalescent plasma can help COVID patients like him get better faster. He's grateful to all the donors.
They've done their bit. So I thought, well, all in all, I'll try and do my bit.
The US has given emergency approval to convalescent plasma as a treatment for COVID.
No worries.
But those running the trials here say
We really want this treatment to work. We think there's good reasons why it might, but we don't know that yet from the data which have been presented. So I think we need more data to show that it truly is effective, and also, really importantly, before we start giving this treatment to tens or hundreds of thousands, we need data to show that it's safe.
Thousands more donors and COVID patients are needed. It'll be months before we know if convalescent plasma is another weapon against coronavirus. Fergus Walsh, BBC News.
Months, of course, the president does not have before the election. Stay with us on BBC News and still to come. President Trump flipped the swing state of Pennsylvania in 2016. Can you hold on to it this time?
You want Japanese wife? I don't look for Englishman. Well, I haven't got a lot of money. I've got hardly any money at all.
Consulting head teachers on plans for students and teachers to wear face coverings in corridors and communal areas. Face coverings were already required at 3 schools in Edinburgh, Strathspey Bay and Inverness as part of efforts to tackle the spread of coronavirus.
Mixing between different groups is more likely in corridors and communal areas, increasing the potential for transmission.
Boris Johnson tells parents it's vitally important their children return. The Education Secretary says there are no plans for masks in English schools.
We're not in a position where we're sort of suggesting that, because we believe there's a system of controls there in place in all schools for children to be able to return safely.
Thousands of children have returned to classrooms in Northern Ireland for the first time since lockdown. The term has begun for years 7, 12 and 14. All pupils are due back next week. The Education Minister says he's confident safety measures are in place.
Watching BBC News. For the next couple of months, we're going to keep a close eye on all of the battleground states. And one of them is Pennsylvania. It's where Joe Biden lived as a child. It was safely Democrat for a long time, but in 2016, it was one of 6 states that helped win Trump the White House.
So what is it looking like this year? Let's go to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, where there is a star shining tonight. There she is, our colleague Jane O'Brien. How are you, Jane?
Sorry, Jane. I apologise. I apologise on his behalf.
Go on. Tell us. Remind us how many.
I know I can catch support.
Yeah, she's all suffering. Tell us about Pennsylvania. Remind us how many college votes are up for grabs.
You talking about the Jane, my man? How you doing? Where you been all day? I went out to visit a friend of mine. I walked into another borough. I'm not going to say where. I don't want to say exactly where I went, but I went into another borough. It wasn't that far from here, so it's the next borough, one of the next boroughs that you can get to from here. And I went to the next borough, visited another man, had a little chat with him, paid him back his money.
And that's because he's delivered on what they want to hear about. He's delivered on the economy. He's cut taxes.
Then I came back.
course, all
to
this
South Harrow.
the pandemic, and one of the big issues.
Then I went
here
up
is
the park
whether
again.
Main Street can catch up.
Then I went up
Wall
the park
Street,
for
which is closed up again.
an hour or two or whatever.
Raising ceremony yesterday
I
when
don't know
they
how long it
were
was.
galvanising support. They all looked pretty optimistic.
But it did help me a bit, I think. I might go to the park again tomorrow if it's not raining. Let's have a look at the weather forecast tomorrow.
3 years that any president that ever had the office.
Oh, it's going to rain at 10 o'clock tonight. It's interesting. It's raining. Oh, shit, it's raining till
I can't prove it, but my gut reaction
5
is to
o'clock
have a
tomorrow.
landslide.
Well, a landslide. The polls don't indicate that.
Raining a lot tomorrow.
So,
Well, I went out a lot today, so
there is a little bit
I made up for it.
Joe Biden is in the lead here by probably about.
That's how you got to do it when the weather's good. Get out there, I suppose. You sound down, mate. Do I? Oh, no, it's because I took an extra tablet this morning, probably. I took an extra tablet this morning because with this free discipline shit, it starts to get a bit much. And I thought I'd try taking an extra tablet just to see if it helps. And it kind of does. And I've taken 2 tablets tonight as well. So because I've taken 2 tablets tonight, I probably do sound a bit down because taking 2 tablets. Well, usually I do that after I stop streaming or when I go to bed. And usually I will go and lie down by now.
In order to contain the
But
virus.
today I've taken my tablets.
Pennsylvania. Jane, thank you very much.
I know I might go lie down soon. I don't know if I need to sleep tonight, really.
Still in the middle of summer,
I don't know if I need to. That's the thing. If I leave this light on, I probably don't need to. I might leave it on tonight and see if I don't need to sleep.
Pandemic, there is
I think if I have the light on, I'll be alright. But I don't think I'll need to sleep much. Because I can just keep myself disciplined. Keeping yourself disciplined, and that's what it's about, really. As long as you're okay, mate. Yeah, I'm alright. Maybe I don't need to sleep because if I leave the light on, I'm disciplining myself all the time.
Yeah, this is not a joke, by the way.
From the bed position over there as well.
To come closest to our planet, just hours before Americans choose whether to vote Joe Biden or Donald Trump. It is almost too perfect a story to be true. But here's the good news. This asteroid really isn't expected to hit us, less than a 0.5% chance, and it is small, the size of a fridge, so it should break up in the Earth's atmosphere. But the headline was good enough, right, Christian? Asteroid hurtling to Earth.
He's not been looking for it today, has he, Donald Trump? Why were we using that bit? That's not today, is it? Let me just be absolutely clear. So that could be a really rubbish Monday, couldn't it? In fact, I look, Burnley are playing Chelsea that weekend as well. And normally when we lose, I go and take my say, grow up. You know, it's not the end of the world.
Hello. At its best, Monday hasn't been a bad start to the week. The problem was that the skies weren't just as blue as that right throughout the day. Everywhere there were some passing showers, but all of that will be forgotten once we get completely engulfed by this massive cloud as it closes in on the British Isles. As you may have heard, that is
I'm not okay, mate. Yeah, I'm okay. Breaking up with your love. You know that song?
Pretty strong winds as well. Well, certainly feel the effects of Northern Ireland, England, and Wales.
No Frankie Knuckles, your love. I know Prodigy, your love. But not Frankie Knuckles, your love. Might be a bit before my time, maybe. I'm not sure. Frankie Knuckles is not 1980s anymore.
Where the western conditions never will reach.
He's still around now, isn't he?
But elsewhere, that rain is on the move, although it comes to rest and how across the heart of Scotland, down into Northern Ireland.
No, you don't send me that.
These are the gusts. This is the other feature.
That's someone else's music, yeah.
I read about the RSC. You could be looking at 67 mile an hour.
I'll get confused. If you give me that one, I'll get confused. You just tell me your stuff, really. Probably best, really.
Well, the temperatures will stay and stand around here, but you'll make it to 20 and 22 in the south of the onshore wind and plenty of it. All cloud and rain. Temperatures at 13 so in the Aberdeen area. Even as far ahead as Wednesday, it's going to take time before we just push that low over towards Denmark, but will be on its western flank, particularly in the eastern side of both England and.
I don't want to be doing like what your mate does, like that other geezer, remember? like playing someone's music that hasn't given me permission, whether I haven't bought the record or
Yes, the odd gust in the
or
mid,
whatever.
low and near the strength of Tuesday. 1 or 2
You know what I mean?
showers,
I shouldn't
dry
really
weather.
bootlegging.
Temporary, and I stress
That's bootlegging if I play his music. That's why I say that I shouldn't really take the email of that one. Just like a bootlegging style sort of thing.
Thursday, we'll be looking to the Atlantic
But
again to see the first
I'll accept
signs
your
of
music,
creeping towards the
and I'll play
This
that for you if you
a
want.
new area of low pressure gradually working its way towards us. The wind's not just as strong, but for the end of summer, it's a very unwelcome visitor.
Is the boss here? Oh, everyone does. Yeah, well, if you do it, we'll stop.
More success than ever on BBC iPlayer.
Imagine if you had a life-changing illness but no one had ever given you a diagnosis. What is this?
I've had 4 operations. You'd kill me.
For the first time ever, can they solve the unsolvable? Doctors are often like crime detectives.
The pieces of the jigsaw puzzle come together and you're like, yes, every patient is looking for an answer.
Oh, kiss you.
Join Michael Mosby and the Diagnosis Detectives. Starts next Monday at 9 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
There are secret worlds full of wonder.
Good.
Madagascar, Siberia, Thailand, Moscow.
Probably a summit by life's ambitions.
Exciting, strange, and timeless.
This feels like a completely different world.
To travel, to be before.
You're watching BBC News. I'm Catty Kane, Washington. Christian Fraser is in London.
Our top stories. Donald Trump has been formally nominated as the Republican nominee for the White House in this November's presidential election. So how will this message this year? We'll hear from a Republican candidate in the bellwether state of Iowa.
Also on the programme, Prime Minister Boris Johnson gets back to work. Can he persuade English parents to send their children back to school? And it might be good, but don't lick your fingers. A lesson in fast food advertising in the age of COVID. In each of the last 4 presidential election cycles, American voters have always swung the same way as the people of Iowa. As well as hosting the first primary caucuses, it's part of why there's so much interest in the state every 4 years. But as well as deciding between Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden, on November the 3rd, Iowans will also be given a chance to vote down ballot, that is, for their representatives of Congress.
Take Iowa's first congressional district. The race is considered a toss-up. Democrats won it off the Republicans in the last cycle, but this year pollsters expect it to be tight. In 2016, it voted for Donald Trump. The National Republican Congressional Committee is counting it as a key offensive target for November. A prime pickup opportunity then, if the party is to have any chance of reclaiming a majority in the House of Representatives.
So let's speak now to the district's Republican candidate for Congress, State Representative Ashley Hinton, is running to unseat the Democratic incumbent. She joins us from Marion, Iowa. So what has changed in Marion, Iowa, Ashley, since the last election when it went for a Democrat you're hoping now to take the seat?
So I think we've seen chaos and dysfunction continue to play out in Congress, and that's why I am stepping up to run. I'm an Iowa mom. I have Iowa common sense, Iowa values that I bring to the table, and 10 years of experience actually as a journalist, much like you both, before I got into politics, of telling Iowan stories. And so when I look at what I bring to the table and what our current representation is and what they're doing in Washington, D.C., we're seeing that chaos and dysfunction continue to play out. And that's just not right for Iowa. And so that's why I'm stepping up to run. That's why you're seeing dozens of other Republican women step up to run around the country, because it's time that our voices are heard.
So when I look at your list of priorities, Ashley, there are things like immigration, agriculture, healthcare, holding China accountable. But on several of those things, actually, President Trump hasn't delivered over the last 3.5 years. And let's take healthcare, for example. There's still Obamacare, and it hasn't got much better in the country, has it?
Right. I mean, we've seen premiums, healthcare premiums, more than double since 2013. That's a failure of Obamacare, loud and proud right there. Since 2015, we've seen premiums rise 22%.
Trump hasn't fixed it, has he?
Well, he has a Congress that's not willing to come to the table either. We've seen in Congress, they went home on vacation when we needed to provide much needed aid to folks suffering from the coronavirus pandemic. So because he doesn't have partners in Congress, he hasn't been able to get anything else done. That's why I want to run, because I am an Iowa family who has those same healthcare challenges. There was a week this summer where I had both my boys at the urgent care in the same week. So I understand how important that access to healthcare is for Iowa families. And so I'm ready to go to the table. I've worked in the Iowa legislature on solutions. We had to provide, because Obamacare has failed, Iowans who are needing that healthcare, and no family should have to choose between paying their healthcare and paying their mortgage. And that's what we've seen happen here in Iowa.
Actually, all registered Iowa voters can cast an absentee ballot. Do you think it's safe to vote that way?
I voted that way in the primary. My husband actually voted by in person, so we're a prime example of a household that chose to vote both ways. And I think it works just great for the primary. Our voting process here in Iowa is sound. Integrity of your vote matters, making sure your voice matters. And I think Iowa is a leader in this country in absentee voting.
So I just wonder how you feel then with your coronavirus rate going up against a record number on Friday, when the president is standing there on the stage again today, trying to undermine confidence in the mail-in ballot, absentee ballot system.
Well, I would just reiterate to our voters that, and those around the country, I think Iowa is a model for how the entire country could manage their absentee ballot. The Postal Service has come out and said that they believe they can handle the ballots coming through. And you know, I look at what's happened with this.
Do you worry that voters may go to the polls because he's undermining confidence in the system?
No, I think voters are going to choose to vote whatever method makes them feel the safest, and whether that's absentee ballots or in person. We're providing both of those options to voters here in Iowa, and my campaign is engaging with voters no matter how they choose to vote. But I believe in the integrity of the system, and I'm encouraging people to vote the way that makes them feel safe.
Okay, Ashley Hinson, thank you very much for joining us from Iowa. It does seem a very long time ago that we were all there for the Iowa caucuses, doesn't it? That seems like a totally different lifetime. Well, as the Republican Party prepares to convene virtually in Charlotte and in Washington this week, President Trump's senior advisor, Kellyanne Conway, dropped a bit of a bomb. On Twitter, she announced that she's resigning from her post in the White House effective end of the month. Her husband, George Conway, co-founder of the Lincoln Project and never Trumper, is also making changes. He said, despite their sharp political differences, they are united on what matters most, the kids. Kellyanne went on to say, for now, and for my beloved children, it will be less drama, more mama.
Mrs. Conway spearheaded Trump's 2016 campaign and played an influential role, of course, as a political advisor in this White House. Let's speak now to Republican political consultant Stuart Stevens, who worked on 5 presidential campaigns, goodness me, including as chief strategist on Mitt Romney's 2012 bid. He's also with the Lincoln Project and joins us now from Stowe in Vermont. Thank you so much for being with us. Is there anyone who followed this who doesn't wonder what Kellyanne Conway and George Conway talked about at the breakfast table every morning?
Well, look, I know both of these folks. I work with George and the Lincoln Project. I just wish them both well. Social media can be horrible for me to deal with. And, you know, I admire them for doing what they're doing and just hope it comes out.
Yeah, no, we do, especially when there are children involved. Let's move on from that a little bit and talk about what this looks like. As someone who's been involved in 5 of these conventions, tell me a little bit about how it looks as a Republican when you see the lineup that we're seeing this week.
Yeah, you know, we've never had a convention in political history in America like this. Normally, the party presents a platform, and there is no platform there. And what I kind of almost admire about Republicans, they're not even pretending there's a platform anymore. I mean, they put out this couple-page document that says, "Platform is whatever Donald Trump wants it to I mean, this is straight, Kim Jong-un stuff. And that's what the party's become, so at least they're admitting it. It's an absolute collapse of a major political party that supposedly exists to offer a center-right alternative to a center-left Democratic Party. But it's a completely incoherent governing philosophy now. My prediction is that we're in for a period of center-left government in the United States, if only because someone like Elizabeth Warren or even Joe Biden can articulate a theory of government.
So, Stuart, last week we heard Governor John Kasich of the DNC saying that he was supporting Joe Biden. I'm just wondering whether Republicans like yourself, who call yourself never Trumpers, really make any difference to the electorate?
I ask myself that question every day. I think it's a really good question. We're a group of people that worked in Republican campaigns, helped elect a lot of Republicans. So we kind of were looking at three choices in this election. One being Trump, but that wasn't going to happen. We seemed kind of weak and cowardly.
Why are you going to push it there?
Yeah, one tries.
One right.
The other one tries. One leaves the car there. The other, the one that's left it there, gets in with the other person and comes back. Two cars go, one car comes back, and the other car stays there. So I've got it all organised. So I'm trying to be ready with what I'm doing. Just making sure I've got the MOT certificate ready for next week. And everything's up to date. Sorting out some pyjamas for your dad. He wants me to drop some down there tomorrow. Marjorie is just passing through the door.
I leave hospital pajamas then.
No, you make your own.
Really?
Yeah.
Where is he staying? Where's that?
It's that new one right off the A&E. It's meant to be an assessment ward, but then I'm dead.
He's not supposed to wear his own stuff. He's supposed to wear the hospital stuff.
No, he's been allowed to. But he wants a clean sex. He's going to heaven tomorrow.
He doesn't need that, Mum.
So I'm not bothering him. I'll do whatever he says. Keep him happy.
He doesn't understand hospital life at all. Everywhere he goes, there is nightwear. Everywhere he goes, they've got it. In all these hospitals, they have it.
I know, but that's how it is.
And he's not supposed to wear his own. That's not. They're not supposed to.
He's wearing his own.
I don't see why he is.
When I was in the maternity unit, you took your own. And that was a long time.
No, maternity is different. Maternity, you have to arrive there. When you arrive there, you're in your own. That's slightly different, isn't it? I mean, come on. Maternity is one exception. I have to give a slightly different rule that you can have different types of clothes in there.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to keep it happy. That's the whole idea of life, is to keep it happy.
Well, all I'm saying to you is that
I'm not going to worry. I'm sorting out what he's asked, do what he says, and smile nicely.
it's crazy. I don't get it. It's just a waste of time as well. He hasn't worked out how to live in a. Has he ever been in hospital before?
Of course he has.
But with his own pajamas?
Yeah.
Really? Are you sure?
He has been in hospital quite a few times, but don't worry about it. He's happy, I'm happy. I don't care. That's life. So how are you doing? Good. I'm just getting more roadworks, as they say. Yeah.
Fiddling what?
Fiddling more roadworks. It's just an old saying, don't worry about it. I finished doing my soup. It's in the fridge now, so that's good. Yep. It's cooled down. Got given a butternut squash. So I made butternut squash spicy soup. Very nice and thick it is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Thank you. Bye.
Issue facing the Prime Minister, of course, but as you've illustrated there, the economy, housing, Brexit negotiations, all not very far away.
When you look back, though, at recent months, the aborted effort to get the primary school students back to school before the summer, and then the exam chaos over the last few weeks, Jonathan, it really is paramount that they get this right next week.
Absolutely, not just in terms of the government's response to coronavirus, but its reputation and its standing as a whole. The tests that it has set itself in terms of getting some children back to school before the summer holidays, which they had to backtrack on, and then the system put in place to deal with exam results when no exams had been taken, has really led to failure after failure and U-turn after U-turn on government policy. So that, I think, is one reason why the Prime Minister has come in so heavy-handedly and so starkly at the beginning of this week on his return to work, and put that marker down for the return to school for students at the beginning of next term. It's already happening in other parts of the UK, but ensuring it happens safely and efficiently in England is absolutely a test that the government absolutely can't afford to fail.
Jonathan Blake there for us at Millbank. Thanks very much, Jonathan. I feel very envious, Christian, that your kids might be going back to school, because today was the start of school for Poppy, 14 years old. It is online, which, by the way, is a euphemism for in bed, as far as I can see. And it's maths in her pyjamas for the next 2 months, I reckon.
I was celebrating the fact that my daughter, who's in year 8, is the least important, because she's not doing any exams this year. She's not year 7, so there's another new school. So she goes back last. She gets an extra week. She doesn't go back until September the 10th. And so...
Yeah, this is going back. I don't think our kids are going to go... I wouldn't be surprised. Jude went back to college too this weekend. His classes are all online. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they had online schooling all year round. So it's a pain, is what I will call it. Stay with us. BBC News and Stuff. What do voters make of Donald Trump in the swing state of Pennsylvania? We're going to find out in the latest of our series, Battleground Voices.
Well, as we've just been talking about, Prime Minister Boris Johnson was appealing directly to parents in England today, saying it is vitally important to send children back to school next week. Earlier today, we spoke to Callum Semple, who's the Professor of Child Health and Outbreak Medicine at University of Liverpool, also a member of SAVE, the scientific group that advises the government.
What we know about transmission is that it takes some energy to move the virus inside the snot and respiratory particles up into the air. So if the children aren't unwell, so they're not coughing and sneezing, they're not lifting the virus up into the air as much as, say, an adult who's exhibiting symptoms. So in general, because children don't get sick, and we can be absolutely sure about that, because children don't get sick, they're not actually transmitting it so much as, say, the adults who are getting sick. We've also got epidemiological evidence looking at outbreaks in schools and looking at children's features and teachers' features. And on the whole, most of the outbreaks in schools have been related to staff, be it the teachers or the administrative staff or the support staff, rather than within the children themselves. So when you have to take severe actions to take control of a pandemic right at the start, when if tens of thousands of people are dying, then it's reasonable to lock down society. But now that we're trying to get the economy going and reduce harm to children through social isolation and lack of education, you have to decide what you keep open and what you close if you need to. So on a balance of risk and known harm, because we know the children are coming to harm through lack of education, which affects their life choices, their life chances, it affects their inequity. It also causes increased teenage suicide, increased eating disorders, and increased deliberate self-harm. So when you're balancing harm, you think, well, let's get the schools open and keep the schools open, and if we have to shut other things, we shut other things.
You're watching BBC News.
Earlier in the programme, we were in Romania speaking to Jamie O'Brien there, one of the key swing states that's going to decide this year's presidential race.
Let's revisit that theme. It's time for our new series, which you may be now familiar with, Battleground Voices.
Listening to the Francie Creations Radio WHP. My show is on News Radio 610 WIOD.
I like that jingle. Especially
Every
since
time we like it.
I know,
So sweet.
it's only because we paid for it. Each week, we're going to speak to radio hosts and journalists in 6 key battleground states that will decide November's presidential election. And I'm pleased to say we're joined this week from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, by Ken Matthews. He's a conservative talk radio host who has an afternoon show on WHP 580 AM. Do you have a jingle like that? You have a jingle like that?
Yeah, I'm going to bring it next time now that I know I can.
Like just for you. Now listen, when I listen to everybody talking about the convention, so in fact, I got the same message last week as well. They tell me that it's the most important election ever, that our lives depend on it, the future of America depends on it. Is it really as serious as that?
Well, I definitely see this as the biggest cultural and socioeconomic shift that I've seen in my lifetime, say the last 7 or 8 elections. And I think we're seeing it for a couple reasons, because of COVID and the riots in the economy just over the last 7 months has really exaggerated everything. So every single issue is under a magnifying glass, and then it's being exaggerated further in the news. And that's part of the reason I think it's important. And I think that there's a lot of people that don't want Trump to get reelected. And I think that's part of they think they can get things back to normal. The Democrats in particular, if they can just get Joe back in, or if they can get someone from the Democrat Party, or even a mainstream Republican eventually, everything will be fine. So those are all the factors playing in.
When you say that the mainstream media is exaggerating things, are you talking specifically about what, COVID-19?
Well, I think the coverage of COVID-19 in the U.S. has varied from state to state. I think it's a serious issue, and as a conservative, we all know it's a serious issue. We've seen it firsthand in Pennsylvania, but our state, along with New York, Michigan, and California, they all have come out and said, look, we made a mistake early on. We didn't have as many deaths, and it wasn't as severe as we thought in this area and that area. So in hindsight, we look at that, we're thinking, wow, did we really need to shut down everything? And in many cases, we still are. I heard you talking about
a mandate for wearing masks then, as Joe wants, a national mandate.
No. Oh, gosh, no. I'm not big
Why
on
not,
mandates.
if it works?
Well, first, it hasn't been proven that a national mandate would work. So that's part of the problem.
Well, I mean, we do see numbers coming out of South Carolina just today, which shows that the areas of the state that have a mask mandate have been responsible for bringing down the COVID numbers more than the areas of the state that doesn't. Wouldn't that suggest that it was a good idea?
Well, I think a lot of these numbers, and this is what's so unpredictable about it, they are, when you do additional testing, you're going to have additional cases. We've seen that county to county in Pennsylvania. So if you look at the states that were most restrictive, New York, Michigan, Wisconsin, I'm trying to think of some other ones, California, of course, you'll see that those numbers are the worst. And the states that had the least restrictions, the least mandates, have the best numbers, the best survival number, the less severe cases, less nursing home deaths. I'm not saying that masks aren't efficient in certain areas. I'm just saying that to mandate everybody wear a mask when in some cases it's the worst thing you could do, I think that's an overreach for the government.
Okay, so Ken, let's have a quick look at Pennsylvania. Joe Biden's ahead at the moment in the polls, I think by an average of about 5 points if you average out all of the polls. Can Trump keep Pennsylvania in the red column this time around?
You know, it's going to be challenging, and everybody talks about a ground game, and you talk about battleground. I've never seen battleground as focused as we do now. I think it's going to be a battle of counties. There's about 3,100 counties in the U.S., give or take, and Trump won most of those. Believe it or not, Trump won most of those in 2016. We're bordered by 5 states. I think all of them are blue.
Right.
So I think the momentum, I don't know if Biden got the momentum he needed last week because he had the first COVID-19 convention in history.
Yeah.
And that was tough. I wouldn't want that job to be out on that stage without an audience.
Okay,
President Trump.
Ken, we have to leave it there.
Ken, I'm going to have to leave it there.
Come back and join us again.
Do come back and join us
Thank you
again.
very much.
In fact, we're going to talk to all our radio hosts plenty over the next 3 months, so you'll see plenty of them.
Because Christy's got breaking important news.
Yeah, Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC, has been saying the same thing about its chicken for 64 years. It's finger-licking good. But that is not really COVID friendly, is it? Not if you haven't spent 20 seconds at the sink beforehand singing happy birthday. So the advertising execs have taken a view.
Yeah, I'm going to leave this to you, Christian, because I cannot believe
Goodbye to the world famous catchphrase, at least for now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Glad we got that in.
Yeah.
That was essential news.
Hello, not for the first time in recent days I find myself having to talk to you about a named storm, and we take a quick look at the earlier satellite imagery. You can see that it's looming large, very large, to the western side of the British Isles, deepening all the while as it moves its way towards the heart of the British Isles. Storm Francis will bring the usual combination, some very wet weather, some very strong winds, and disruption is almost certain to occur. This is the way that we see things shaping up as we get on into Tuesday. The low centre deepening all the while, the isobars squeezing, and an extensive shield of cloud and rain gradually working its way ever further north into Scotland. It's on the move, so at least it gets away with regards to the rain from a greater part of England and Wales for a time during the day before this northern and western portion of the front wraps back around the centre of the low and is back through Northern Ireland into the western side of England. That's part of the story. Here are the gusts that we're expecting to see widely across the British Isles. Disruptive gusts at that, 40 to 50 miles an hour widely across Scotland and Northern Ireland. Coming into the Irish Sea, 60 to 70 miles an hour. So too an exposure along the Channel coast. And in inland areas, widely we'll be looking at 45 to 50 miles an hour. And you can imagine that sort of effect on Trans-Pennine routes, for example, if nowhere else. 22 in the brighter spots in the south, not a day to be stood around in, certainly not the case underneath the cloud and rain. Plenty of it, and the wind too. With an onshore wind in Aberdeen, 13 degrees only. And as far ahead as Wednesday, we are still, certainly on the eastern side of the British Isles, feeling the effect of Storm Francis. The isobar is tightly packed, so a noticeable northerly wind down these eastern shores of both Scotland and England. A rattle of showers there. Thankfully, by contrast, towards the west, high pressure toppling in from the Atlantic, settling things down quite nicely. 1 or 2 showers. A breezy, but not especially windy day in these western areas, but out east, some of the gusts 30, 40 miles an hour yet again. And the temperatures, well, quite disappointing for the time of year. Certainly at 13 or 14, nothing to write home about, and at best about 21. As we move towards Thursday, there's the first signs of another little area of low pressure wanting to come in from the Atlantic, so nothing particularly settled about the day. And Thursday into Friday, it's quite an area of low pressure. Again, more tunneling character than anything else. And once it moves away, you start pulling in some northeasterly winds, and fairly strong winds at that as well. Not as strong as Francis by any means at all, but there's a combination, an unpleasant summer combination of wet and windy fare. quite widely across the British Isles. The best of the sunshine, perhaps Scotland and places in Northern Ireland. But look at those temperatures. 13 to 18, 20 becoming a distant memory. Here's the thing, as I take you into the weekend, nighttime temperatures, that really does look autumnal, well down into single figures, widely across the piece. Low pressure sits in that crook. There's the northerly on the jet stream that makes that chill feel. A little ridge of high pressure for a time, but it is transient into the start of next week. That jet stream just starts firing at the British Isles, which invariably signals a spell of pretty unsettled fare. So the weekend, chilly nights, some sunshine by day, into the start of autumn. It looks autumnal.
Is the boss here? Oh, everyone does. Yeah, well, next thing you know, we'll stop.
Snoop Obsessed Vanilla on BBC iPlayer.
Tonight at 10, a plea from the Prime Minister to parents in England to send their children back to school next week. As classes started for many in Northern Ireland, Boris Johnson emphasised parents' moral duty to send their kids to school. And it could soon be compulsory for pupils in Scottish secondary schools to wear masks in communal areas. Some already are.
Now that we've been advised to use them now, going through the corridors and a break in lunch, I feel like it's a good thing.
It's hard to talk, but it's fine for me anyway.
Protests in the US state of Wisconsin after police responding to a domestic incident shoot a black man in the back many times. Russian opposition saying Navalny does appear to have been poisoned, say doctors in Germany. In New Zealand, the man who killed 51 people at 2 mosques last year is confronted in court by survivors and relatives of the victims. Allegations of bullying are made against Britain's top women's gymnastics coach, Amanda Reddin. And we revisit a street in a seaside town to hear how its elderly residents cope with life under lockdown.
And coming up in sport on BBC News, James Anderson takes his 599th Test wicket, but the weather frustrates England's push for victory against Pakistan.
Good evening. The Prime Minister has said it is the moral duty of parents to send their children to school when classrooms in England reopen next week. Boris Johnson said the risk to children of developing coronavirus was very small and that it was far more damaging for their development to stay away any longer. It comes as some head teachers spoke out, saying there'd been insufficient guidance or funding to help them prepare. For many pupils in Northern Ireland, the autumn term started today. They also go back next week. And in Scotland, where pupils will be back for 2 weeks, the use of face coverings in secondary schools, in corridors and communal areas is set to be introduced. We'll have more on that in a moment, but first, with our first report this evening, is our education editor, Brian Jones.
The first day back for some in Northern Ireland. Relief at seeing friends again.
I was ready to come back to school from about the 1st of April, so I'm just so excited to have everyone back and try and have as normal a year as possible.
We have to remember it's not going to be the same for a while, and we need to keep in place all the safety protocols and stuff.
New routines and social distancing, face coverings where that's not possible, reassuring for parents too.
Bit nervous, but I know the students went to school and they just need to follow their advice and keep calm and just listen to what everybody else is saying.
In England, it's his job to get schools open next week. A promise today, children will keep learning.
In our guidance, what we ask them to do is make sure that they're planning to ensure that actually children don't miss out from their education if they're not in school and they're continuing to educate when they're at home.
So if a child shows symptoms, they're sent home to isolate and to be tested. Close contacts are asked to isolate and be tested. Mobile testing units will be sent by health officials if a wider outbreak is suspected. But Birmingham is on high COVID alert. Restrictions increased over the weekend. These students hope to start sixth form next week.
I think it's going to be difficult at first with the social distancing, the COVID, and just knowing how this is all going to come together.
The human interaction helps us remember the content that we're being taught, and like if someone else in a class struggles, we can kind of help each other, and I think that's what works better than being online.
I think it'll be hard readjusting to an academic environment, but I think that'll be the same for students up and down the country.
So how are you going to manage? The school is going to stagger start times. Most pupils get here by bus and train, but they need more advice to plan for the challenges ahead.
We haven't had a local lockdown whilst schools have been fully open, so I don't know what that will look like or feel like. I hope that schools become a priority, and if we can lock down other things and still enable schools to open, I think pupils really, really need to be in school with their teachers.
Birmingham is just one step away from having to go back into lockdown. Schools in areas like this, where cases have been rising, want much clearer advice about what would happen. I understand the government is looking at a range of contingency measures, and that could include schools operating on a rota basis in areas where cases are high. Secondary schools more likely to face extra measures. Teenagers are closer to adults in transmitting the virus. To get pupils back, one union leader told me ministers need to be realistic.
So we're consulting with government on this. Government are consulting with us about the possibilities of how schools are going to run in that area. It's really important that head teachers know what those plans are, that parents know what those plans are. Actually, it will give confidence to parents to send their children back.
More guidelines are expected, but will they arrive before schools open? Bronwyn Jeffries, BBC News, Birmingham.
Well, as we said earlier, face coverings look set to be made compulsory in Scottish secondary schools, in corridors and communal areas, with the government in the final stages of consulting teachers and local authorities on the plans. Some schools are already advising students to wear face coverings, as Lorna Gordon reports.
Scottish schooling in the time of COVID. Here in Inverclyde, older secondary school pupils are already being encouraged to wear face coverings in areas where physical distancing is hard.
It'd be perfect if we didn't need to wear face masks, but however, it keeps us safer. You know, children, they want to talk to each other, they do want to step into that 2 metre zone, and so if they're wearing face masks, it's a bit better.
The challenge has been this: crowded corridors and brief crossover times between lessons. The Scottish Government now looking to bring in guidance nationwide.
The Education Secretary is in the final stages of consulting with teachers and local authorities on a recommendation for the use of face coverings by staff and pupils in secondary schools when they are moving around in corridors and communal areas.
Ahead of every class, hands are cleaned, tables wiped, pupils now sitting facing forward in the same direction. This area has the highest rate of deaths from COVID in Scotland. Pupils here say they understand why the new rules are being introduced.
I feel like we needed them from the start, but now that we've been advised to use them now, going through the corridors and a break in lunch, I feel like it's a good thing. How are you finding it?
It's hard to talk, but it's fine. It's fine for me anyway.
A number of community-based COVID clusters have been confirmed among pupils and staff at Scottish schools. More than 24 cases now linked to Kings Park School in Dundee. Parents here in Inverclyde in the main supportive of the latest moves to keep children safe.
I'm all for it. I think they went to school anyway with the face masks, originally hoping that they would choose to wear them themselves. So I think it's a good idea.
He has asthma, so I don't know how comfortable I'll be with that for him wearing it for long periods of time. But I'm not opposed to it in principle.
We were talking inside of it. What's that like?
Another change, learning outdoors is now actively encouraged. When the colder weather comes, that may become a challenge, one of many for teachers and government who say safety is a top priority, and so too is keeping children in full-time education. Dawn Gordon, BBC News, Inverclyde Academy in Greenock.
So who is most at risk with the full reopening of schools? Is it the children or their teachers and parents? Here's our science editor, David Shook.
The role of schools in the pandemic is a highly sensitive question and hard to answer because so many different factors are involved. First of all, what are the risks to children themselves? Well, there's more and more evidence that if they catch the virus, children are very unlikely to come to any harm. But what's still unknown is how easily they might pass it on.
I think the risk to the individual children is very low. We know that children aren't getting sick with COVID-19 at anything like the rates of adults. However, there is this concern that students may pass it to one another in the school ground or in the classroom, and then that student goes home with a new infection and introduces them to their household. So that's a way of spreading the virus through the community.
So what are the risks to other people at schools and beyond? Older staff may be more concerned. That's why safety measures are so important, keeping apart and maintaining clean hands. When the school gates do eventually reopen, scientists say it's very likely that there will be an increase in the number of infections because public transport will become busier and parents will be able to get back to their places of work, all of which creates more chances for the virus to spread. So the message is that when schools are back, the rest of us need to be even more careful. We found a range of views on all this in Warrington.
I really want them to go back. I think they are missing it, but I'm not 100% confident that the right precautions are getting put in place.
I do feel it's better that they go back to school, obviously, for education purposes. But obviously we're all frightened, all the family, of the coronavirus. And obviously the children bringing it back into the home. I think it's starting to affect some children, not being able to get out and meet friends and move about in general like they usually do. So yeah, I really do think they do need to go back to school.
And there are lessons from other countries that have already reopened their schools. Denmark was the first to try in Europe. It already had a low level of infections. Children were told to socially distance in class, while parents were kept fully involved and knew that care was needed. In Germany, many schools insist on masks in the classrooms. Even so, there have been outbreaks, but the risks are judged to be worth it for the sake of the children. David Schuckman, BBC News.
Now to the latest coronavirus figures released for the previous 24 hours. There were 853 new confirmed cases across the UK. As you can see from this graph, that means for the last week, the average number of new cases per day was 1,060. 4 deaths were reported in the past 24 hours of people who had a positive COVID-19 test within the preceding 28 days. On average, in the past week, 9 deaths have been announced each day, and that takes the total number of UK deaths to 41,433. Protests have erupted in the US state of Wisconsin after police shot a black man who was unarmed. Video posted online appears to show Jacob Blake being shot in the back. He's in a serious condition in hospital. Tensions in the US are high over police brutality and racism after a series of violent incidents against Black Americans. The Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden said the officers in Wisconsin must be held accountable. Well, our correspondent Aleem McBool is in Wisconsin for us this evening. Aleem.
Yes, that African-American man, Jacob Blake, is fighting for his life in hospital this evening. That's after, according to the Lieutenant Governor, he was shot 7 times in the back by an officer in front of his children. Now, police have yet to offer an explanation about what happened, but a lot of people have already made their minds up, including these protesters already gathering tonight. That's on the basis of the evidence they've seen in the disturbing video footage that was taken of the incident. It's become a familiar scene. Angry protests after the police shooting of a black man. This time it's Wisconsin, where in the early evening, officers have been called to deal with a domestic disturbance. In mobile phone video, 29-year-old Jacob Blake is seen walking around his car, followed by officers with their weapons drawn. As he opens the door, an officer pulls on his shirt and several shots are heard. Onlookers start screaming and the car horn blares as Mr. Blake slumps over the steering wheel. A prominent civil rights lawyer says Mr. Blake's 3 sons were in the vehicle at the time. Police say they immediately offered medical assistance, but Jacob Blake remains in a serious condition in hospital. Some witnesses told local news channels he'd been trying to stop a fight between 2 women. Details of what led up to the shooting are still emerging. The reaction came quickly, though, with hundreds taken to the streets. Trucks that had been moved into place to block protesters were set on fire.
We're tired of it. And right now, this is the wrong generation that this is happening to. The frustration is boiling to the top, and we're sick and tired.
Eventually, an emergency curfew was imposed, and the state leader was quick to link this incident to others, like the killing of George Floyd.
You think after the past few months of people who are stepping up to demand justice that police departments, chiefs of police, even police unions would rush to implement some sort of reform. That hasn't happened, or else you wouldn't have seen the actions that we all had to see last night.
The officers involved have been put on administrative leave and an investigation opened. But it is less than 3 months since George Floyd was killed, and the concern for many African Americans has been that in spite of the outrage over that death, little consequence has really changed. Liam McBall, BBC News, Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Well, our North America editor John Sopel is at the White House for us. John, Joe Biden has weighed in on this issue, but so far President Trump has stayed silent.
Yeah, and Donald Trump, as we know, is not normally coy about expressing his views on subjects the way he wants to get his view across. It was the start of the Republican convention today, and he was scheduled to give brief remarks. Those brief remarks went on for 52 minutes, and at no point does he mention anything about what unfolded in Wisconsin. As you say, Joe Biden has called for a full and thorough investigation, and that those people who are responsible must be held accountable for what unfolded. Donald Trump seems much more comfortable talking about the lawlessness that might follow a shooting than maybe the excessive force of white police officers against black people that may lead up to it, or whether there are questions of systemic racism. And all this comes at an awkward time because it is the start of the Republican convention. Donald Trump wants to talk about the economy, wants to talk about how COVID might soon be in the rearview mirror, and he's being dragged back to a subject that he doesn't want to address. That said, Republican strategists say it's going to be a very positive convention this week, although Donald Trump started talking very negatively about the possibility of electoral fraud and that the Democrats might try to steal the election.
John, thank you. Johnson. The BBC has learned tonight that Britain's top women's gymnastics coach, Amanda Reddin, has been the subject of complaints of bullying from athletes she was training. Ms. Reddin is due to lead Team GB's women to the Tokyo Olympics next year. She denies the allegations. Our sports correspondent Natalie Potts reports.
I think that it's maybe up to us older ones to get the story out to show that this has been going on for so long.
It's been painful for Jenny to watch others speak up about alleged mistreatment in gymnastics. Hands shaking with nerves, she told me she was 9 when her coach did this.
She came over, sat beside me, grabbed my side, pulled it out really hard, told me I was too fat, and then told me I needed to go on a diet.
Her coach at that time, in the late 80s, was Amanda Reddin. In November 2012, Amanda became the head coach of British gymnastics.
If I'd got a move wrong, then she would sometimes slap me. I do remember the first time, because I was very young again. She slapped me very hard across the back of the legs, but I can't remember what I did wrong.
In a letter of complaint to British Gymnastics sent to its integrity unit last month, Jenny alleged Amanda Reddin would also sit on her, causing immense pain during stretching. But after just 2 weeks, British Gymnastics did not uphold Jenny's complaint. Amanda Reddin had categorically denied slapping gymnasts, saying she would only give them little taps and nibbles to show them how they should be working. Reddin also denied she would have used excessive force on a gymnast to stretch them. In the letter, British Gymnastics said there were no other current complaints against Amanda and that she'd been given the appropriate advice and guidance. The BBC does know of a complaint from a high-profile gymnast about Amanda made just last year to the governing body. We've also been told of at least 2 different complaints made about her to the independent NSPCC hotline.
Immediate anxious feeling, not wanting to go, feeling sick, just really, really not wanting to be there.
Rio Olympian Ruby Harold is speaking for the first time about her experiences as part of the British squad. She claims Amanda presided over a culture of fear with an emphasis on weight. She never saw her be physically abusive, but alleged child-sized portion-control dinner plates were brought in to monitor their calories.
How would you feel if you were 21 years old being given ultimately a baby plate to eat off of? Like, it's demeaning.
British Gymnastics urged gymnasts to contact its integrity department, adding, "There is no place for abuse in our sport. Those that speak out must be heard. It is vital, however, that such claims are made through the proper process to ensure a fair and independent system that protects integrity for all parties involved." Ruby believes the culture will only achieve a complete overhaul at the top of the sport.
There just needs to be a clean up. There needs to be a clean up house. There needs to be new people to come in with new ideas. With everything that's happening, with everyone speaking out their truths, it doesn't seem right. Morally, it's not right for everyone to stay and be able to keep their jobs.
An independent review is being spearheaded by UK Sport, with news coming soon about its terms of reference. Tonight, Amanda Reddin denied these allegations and made clear she'd welcome any allegations about her to be submitted to that review to stop a trial by media. Natalie Perks, BBC News.
Tesco says it's creating 16,000 permanent jobs to support the growth in its online business. The new post will include 10,000 staff to pick customer orders from shelves and 3,000 delivery drivers. The supermarket chain expects most of the roles to be filled by workers who joined on a temporary basis at the start of lockdown. The German Chancellor Angela Merkel says that Russia must investigate the suspected poisoning of one of President Putin's most outspoken rivals, Alexei Navalny. He's been moved to Berlin for treatment after falling ill on a flight to Moscow last week. Medics caring for Mr. Navalny say they found traces of a substance which disrupted his nervous system. Well, we can speak now to our correspondent Jenny Hill, who's in Berlin for us this evening. And Jenny, what have doctors there said? Well, doctors today, in effect, confirmed what Mr. Navalny's supporters suspected all along. They say there's clinical evidence to suggest that he was poisoned. He's still here in hospital being treated. He's in an induced coma. Doctors say his condition is serious, though not life-threatening. They've not been able, they say, to find out exactly what substance was used, but they believe it part of a group of what are known as cholinesterase inhibitors, which may have damaged his nervous system. In fact, they say they can't guarantee a full recovery. It's quite one thing to establish the cause of Mr. Navalny's collapse, a very different thing, of course, to determine who was responsible. Mr. Navalny has been a very prominent critic of Vladimir Putin. He's made powerful enemies. There's widespread suspicion of Russian involvement. And tonight, Angela Merkel released a statement in which she urged the Russian authorities to investigate the case with full transparency. Those responsible, she said, must be brought to account. Thank you very much. Jenny Hill. Security forces in Belarus have arrested more prominent opposition politicians in a bid to end protests and strikes against President Alexander Lukashenko's disputed re-election. Tens of thousands of people defied the army on Sunday to demonstrate amid widespread anger at the election result, which the president's opponents say was rigged. A white supremacist who's admitted murdering 51 worshippers at 2 mosques in New Zealand last year and planned to cause maximum casualties, a court has heard. Survivors of the attacks and relatives of the victims have been giving emotional impact statements during the first day of Brenton Tarrant's sentencing hearing. Shaima Khalil reports.
A verse of the Quran for the souls of the dead, from a man who survived the shootings but lost his son. Atta Alayan was one of the 51 killed in the Christchurch attacks. His parents still struggling to comprehend what happened.
I constantly try to imagine how my beloved Atta felt at the moment of the attack. What was in his mind when he realized he's departing this life?
For those who made it out alive, it's a different type of struggle.
The trauma will live with me forever. The images, smell, and sound of the mosque on that day haunt me. I do not foresee a future where I will be without pain.
In the dock, the man responsible for the mass shooting, Brenton Tarrant remained silent as the court heard how he'd planned his attacks for more than a year, accumulating military-style weapons and researching his targets. There were distressing details about how Tarrant methodically fired at his victims, some as they ran away, many on the floor, unable to escape.
I had the privilege.
This mother spoke of her grief.
He used to give me flower for my birthday, but instead, I got his body. I decided to forgive you, Mr. Tarrant, because I don't have hate. I don't have revenge.
The Imam of Al-Nur Mosque also spoke in court, telling the killer that he's been misled and misguided. We're a peaceful and loving community, he said, who did not deserve your actions. Today, the people whose lives have been shattered by this massacre had their voices heard, but they also had to relive those devastating moments of pain. Shaima Khalil, BBC News, Sydney.
The historian and broadcaster David Olusoga says that systemic racism in British television has led to a lost generation of black talent. Speaking at the Edinburgh Television Festival, David Olusoga, who's a regular BBC presenter, described himself as one of the last men standing. He said he'd come close to leaving the industry on several occasions as he'd felt crushed by his experience as a black man, isolated and disempowered by the culture. He said the Black Lives Matter movement had forced British society to have conversations that had been put off or avoided for decades. In the US, the wider use of blood plasma from people who've recovered from COVID-19 as a treatment for those with the illness has been given emergency approval. President Trump claims the therapy could reduce death rates by 35%. Research in Britain shows that it's not certain the treatment can work. Our medical editor Fergus Walsh reports now on the trials happening here.
This is convalescent plasma. Thousands of patients who've recovered from COVID-19 have been donating theirs. Like Paul, who was in intensive care in Manchester for 2 weeks. His plasma contains the highest level of coronavirus antibodies doctors have seen here.
It's an hour out of your day. There's no harm, it's painless. If you can help other people not go through what I went through, then fantastic. I hope it will help.
And Sue, who was in hospital in London, she's donated plasma 5 times.
Why do you keep coming back?
Because I can't put a price on what the NHS has done for me. I'm getting upset now. But they were so good.
It's the antibodies against coronavirus which doctors want. They're found in plasma, this yellow liquid. I tested positive for antibodies and so volunteered.
So I'm about halfway through my plasma donation. What happens is my whole blood is taken out and then the plasma is filtered off. Then the red cells, white cells and platelets are then fed back into my body.
And this is the whole point of donation, to help patients like Bernard in hospital in Chesterfield. He's part of a trial assessing whether antibodies and convalescent plasma can help COVID patients like him get better faster. He's grateful to all the donors.
They got their bit. So I thought, well, all in all, I'll try and do my bit.
The US has given emergency approval to convalescent plasma as a treatment for COVID. But those running the trials here say that's premature.
We really want this treatment to work. We think there's good reasons why it might, but we don't know that yet from the data that has been presented. So I think we need more data to show that it's truly effective, and also really importantly, before we start giving this treatment in terms of hundreds of thousands of people, we need data to show that it's safe.
Thousands more donors and COVID patients are needed. It'll be months before we know if convalescent plasma is another weapon against coronavirus. Fergus Walsh, BBC News.
As the country has emerged from the lockdown, some areas of life haven't resumed, among them social events for the elderly. Some charities say that after having to protect themselves from COVID-19 for weeks, many older people are now struggling with loneliness and isolation. They're keen to embrace a fuller life once more. Our correspondent Michael Buchanan has returned to visit one street of elderly residents in Holland-on-Sea in Essex to see how they've coped with the pandemic.
Holland-on-Sea is known locally as God's waiting ground. But the cruel nickname overlooks the fact that in one cul-de-sac, many of its elderly residents are fit and healthy and keen to return to the lives they once led.
I used to be out 4 or 5 days a week, and it's something to do your hair for.
Pauline spent much of the past few months walking in her large garden. When I met her in April, COVID had unsettled the 88-year-old.
I mean, I've had pneumonia twice in the year, so
Now her biggest problem is boredom.
I'm a bit sad, really. I depended on my cancer, my big bill. But when you get to my age, you know, that's what you live for, really.
While Pauline takes her daily walk, several health problems mean her neighbour Kathy has limited movement. But as she said last time, her partner had moved in to help.
Hey, how are you getting on?
Things have changed slightly.
It does go on every night, 7 days a week, including bank holidays.
But the lockdown has been bearable. She's far from lonely.
Everybody phones me. So I've had to turn my phone off in the last fortnight from 8 o'clock at night, and I put it on 5 o'clock the next evening because I have too many phone calls. It is nice, but they spoil me too much. They really do. But there you go. I'm lucky enough. Some people don't have that.
Many people retire here from elsewhere, so families can live far away, and loneliness is a constant danger, exacerbated by lockdown. Edward Bell has therefore initiated a pen pal service, encouraging people to write to the area's pensioners.
To go back to the basics of receiving a letter, it's wonderful. It's that anticipation of when it's going to arrive and what they're going to say, and sharing information in a way which none of us do anymore.
It's telescopic sight. It's a 177.
After our last report, Ron Carrick was teased.
I know, keep saying you're a film star. You're not getting all that old cobblers.
But the 84-year-old has gained a new friend, a pen pal, after a viewer wrote to him.
I'm well pleased to be honest with you. Really am.
The gun enthusiast misses his bowls and friends, but is stoical about life.
Sometimes I do a bit of drawing. I like to model aircraft, you know, out of bolster wood, things like that. And clean milk comes up, go and gold.
The opening of pubs and cafes hasn't made much difference to most people here, and their concern is another spike, forced to spend more time at home.
It's worrying, isn't it? There's a few cases down here, aren't there? So, don't know about it, so.
Wouldn't fancy another lockdown, though, would you?
No, I hope not. There's another 9 weeks.
Not leaving your house.
Yeah.
The residents of this close have been spared the ravages of coronavirus. They talk of treating each day as it comes. It's just that currently, each day is less fulfilling than they'd wish. Michael Buchanan, BBC News, Holland-on-Sea in Essex.
Well, that's it from us now on BBC One. It's time for news where you are. Have a very good night. Bye-bye.
And hello to viewers in the UK joining those that are watching already around the world. It's time now for us to take a first look at the national and international front pages in the papers. Hello, welcome to our look ahead to what the papers will be bringing us tomorrow. With me are the former Scottish Labour leader Kezia Dugdale, who is the director of the John Smith at Glasgow University, and also Lucy Fisher, the defence editor at The Times. So, tomorrow's front page is starting with the Frankfurt report. The German Federal Criminal Police Office believed that Vladimir Putin critic Alexei Navalny was poisoned by a previously unknown substance. Comes as Chancellor Merkel has called on Russia to conduct a full investigation. Figaro's lead picture story follows French police arresting over 150 people during unrest after the Paris Saint-Germain defeat by Bayern Munich in the Champions League final. French fans allegedly set cars on fire, smashed windows, and vandalised shops after the match, which was held in Lisbon on Sunday. The FT's main headline is that the supermarket giant Tesco is to create 16,000 jobs in the UK after the coronavirus pandemic drives shoppers online. And a £120 fine if you keep your kids home is the Metro's top story. Paper reports that ministers say a penalty would apply even to schools with a coronavirus outbreak unless parents have explicit permission to keep kids at home. A warning that systemic racism in British television has forced out a generation of black talent being ignored or worn down by their experiences, is the story of The Guardian. Defence chiefs face battle over plan to scrap tanks, is the headline in The Times. The paper reports that the radical move aims to cut costs and focus on cyber warfare. And The Telegraph reports the BBC has defied the UK government by announcing that Rule Britannia and Land of Hope and Glory would not be sung at this year's last night of the Promise. Right, let's get started. Thanks both for being with us. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
So let's start with the Metro, and Lucy, let's start with you. £120 fine if you keep kids home. What do you make of this?
Well, the first thing to say that this isn't a new fine. It's one that is already in place to tackle the problem of truancy and making sure that there is an incentive upon parents to ensure that their children do attend school. The fines can rise up to £2,500 and entail a 3-month jail sentence for parents. So it is pretty severe. And clearly the government briefing this out, mean business over, getting children back to school when the classrooms reopen next week. We've heard the Prime Minister come back from his holiday, exhorting parents to make sure they send their children back, because it's not only key to educational and development and cognitive skills, but also social development. Children once again being around their friends.
Yeah, Kezia, what do you make of, obviously in Scotland, schools have been back for a couple of weeks. What do you make of the issue of fining?
Yes, schools have been back here in Scotland for a full 2 weeks now, and it's left people just a little bit uneasy. There's a number of cases of coronavirus in schools of pupils, but the First Minister of Scotland has been very clear to say that there's been no transmission within communities, within the schools themselves. No evidence that kids are transferring the disease in the school. It's happening elsewhere and beyond it. So a little bit of jitters there. I think this is quite a attention-grabbing headline from the Metro. As Lucy says, this is not a new law, it's not something the Prime Minister is bringing in, but he clearly means business. There's no real evidence yet in Scotland that kids are being kept at home by their parents, but that's certainly the one thing Boris Johnson wants to avoid.
Yeah, okay, let's move on, if we've got it, to the Financial Times and the FT. We should just be able to show you there. And talking about the reinfection rate. So the first proven case of COVID-19 reinfection announced by Hong Kong researchers. Lucy, this is kind of quite a scary sounding headline. You know, we hope obviously once you get it, don't get it again. But it seems now that you can. But scientists that we've been speaking to today, not as worried about this as you perhaps think.
Yes, as you say, it's pretty alarming. I myself have had COVID and have been tested and found to have the antibodies. So I claim a stake in this. That I thought that was hopeful, at least, that I had a longer length of immunity. What's been found today is that a man in his 30s in Hong Kong has been reinfected twice. But genome sequencing of the virus has found that it is two separate strains. At first glance, this does appear worrying, but as you say, the World Health Organization have encouraged people not to extrapolate too much from a single case. And scientists believe that even though there may be the ability to catch it again, it's not necessarily as serious. So I think there's more that needs to be researched into this ability to be reinfected.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing is, well, certainly I was among the many people who assume that once you get it, you're kind of fine, you can't get it again, but also that you may not be able to pass it on to other people once you've had it. That doesn't seem true though either. If you have it and you have it a second time, you can still pass it on. It all is obviously still being looked at and researched at the moment. Kezia, what do you make of it?
Well, the poor guy, just 5 months after he had been infected the first time, he's ill again. The story here tells us that the second time he was infected, he didn't have any symptoms. So that might increase the worry around this idea of asymptomatic transmission, that people will be travelling, getting back to normal lives, they're still carrying the virus with them. That is an alarming thing. And the wider question here is, if you can be reinfected within 5 months, what does that mean for a vaccine? When we get a vaccine, and let's hope that we do, how long will we be protected from the virus? Will an annual vaccine be enough? Big questions.
Yeah, and Kezia, well, let's stay with that big question then. You raised the issue of vaccines. Let's move on to the I, and I'll stay with you because the headline there is vaccine race raises fears over safety. Essentially, some British scientists saying that fast-tracking treatments could endanger the public. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but that's something else that doesn't sound particularly reassuring.
Yeah, there's a litany of bullet points and worry here in the front of the eye. First question is, will a vaccine be safe? Second question is, will we be able to get a hold of it in a global race for the vaccine coming out from Oxford, and the Prime Minister's asserting that people in the United Kingdom will get it first if the vaccine's found here in the United Kingdom at Oxford. And that third existential question is really, how long will it last? That same point coming through from the Financial Times. Is this something we're going to have to get every 6 months to make sure that we're fully protected from it? Is it really going to give us the answers that we need to get an economy back to the way it used to be?
Yeah, well, trying to get that economy back to the way it used to be is tricky. Lucy, let's move on to Le Figaro, and they're basically saying the world tries to avoid a rebound in the pandemic, but highlighting things like, well, most of Europe, after a relative respite during the summer, has seen the number of new cases on the rise.
Yes, well, there's a lot of debate about whether we should think of this as a continuation of the first wave, whether we are potentially looking at a second wave. Obviously, a lot of concern as we, edge now in August, almost in September, towards winter in the Northern Hemisphere. We can take some succor from looking at nations in the Southern Hemisphere that have already been through their winters, don't seem to have had it's quite the huge seasonal uptick problem that was predicted at the beginning of the crisis among British scientists, but still it's very much a worry, and all eyes focus on the vaccines. As you mentioned on the front of the eye, the Oxford vaccine is in the second to third phase of a trial, still only around 10,000 people being tested with that vaccine, until we have a medicine that has passed both the efficacy and safety trials, it's difficult for any country to properly move forward.
Yeah. Kezia, I don't know whether you want to do this or not, but let's put your old hat on, elected politician hat on. This balance, they're all, politicians around the world trying to face this, opening up the economy, getting school children back to school, trying to avoid this, so-called second wave, as Lucy was saying. It's not an enviable choice to be in. How do you view that kind of conundrum?
Personally, I think it's fascinating, and it's part of our work at the John Smith Centre to make the positive case for representative democracy, and that's what we're really doing here. We're talking about the decisions that our representatives make on our behalf and the judgments that they make on our behalf, which are less about the colour of the rosette on their lapel and more about their kind of values and their principles. And I don't envy some of our leaders just now making those serious judgment calls between the economic health of the nation and the actual health of the nation. But that's what we send these public servants to do, to make these judgment calls in our best interests.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's move away from the coronavirus pandemic for the moment. I'm sure we'll be back with it later on in the evening. Let's take a look now at the Frankfurt story about Alexei Navalny there. Kremlin critic, of course, Alexei Navalny, now seeming to get suggestion, proof. It's probably a bit too strong. He was poisoned. Lucy, can you talk us through this?
Well, on Thursday, footage emerged seeming to show him writhing in agony, and he was on a flight internal in Russia between Siberia and Moscow when he became down with a mysterious illness. His supporters believe he may have been poisoned while he was having a cup of tea in the airport in Tomsk in Siberia before he boarded the flight. Since then, he has been put in an artificial coma and protected. Police patrols outside the clinic he's been rushed to in Berlin, where, as you say, doctors today have announced that the first initial suggestion is that he has been poisoned. It looks to be, and I'm going to have to check my notes here, a cholinesterase inhibitor, which disrupts the messaging between nerves and muscles. It can inhibit breathing. And a very curious irony in the story is that the drug that he's been treating with, the antidote, is the same one that had to be administered to Sergei Skripal when he too was poisoned by Russian agents in 2018.
Yeah. Kezia, talk us through the international diplomacy side of this now. Where does this leave Germany, Russia, and the West?
That's unquestionably a very delicate situation here. Of course, the Russians are denying any suggestion that he's been poisoned and putting the illness down to low blood sugar levels. I mean, you have to take a little bit of a pinch of salt with a statement like that when you have such compelling reports of him writhing in pain on the plane. The Germans are calling for a full investigation and calling on Russia to do that. I think that's the extent to which they're willing to push it at this stage.
Yeah. Okay, let's move from Russia and Germany to the US. Let's go to the New York Times now. And its opinion piece on the front page, down the left-hand column there, will have an opinion piece on various different topics. This one is pretty small, so I'll read the top of it to you, saying, "An economy in crisis, no spin can fix," basically accusing Donald Trump of being less than honest about his claims about the economy. Lucy, if you've taken a look at this, what do you make?
Well, it's a pretty punchy, polemical piece that fact-checks Donald Trump's many statements about the economy. While he has claimed, and the New York Times author here has counted 360 times that the economy in the US has been the strongest ever under his presidency, they call that out as an outright lie. They point to the fact that the last 3 years of the Obama presidency created 1.5 million more jobs than the first 3 years of the Trump presidency. They also look at some of his other statements, particularly around annualized growth, which he only ranks 7th in the list of his 11 predecessors. So his rhetoric and the facts don't seem to add up.
Yeah, Kezia, I'm reluctant to ask you this, but I'm going to anyway. You can judge Lucy and you can judge me, and I suppose you can judge the American media more. What do you make of the way the media has handled Donald Trump? This opinion piece calling out several, in their words, falsehoods and lies. What do you make about the way the media have tried to grapple with a Donald Trump presidency?
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, the first thing to say is how unusual it is to see an opinion piece like this on the front page of a newspaper, particularly in the United Kingdom. That happens very rarely, perhaps at election time, the day before polling day itself. However, the media in the United States are portraying Donald Trump, somehow it seems to work in his favour because it casts him as the underdog. It allows him to decry the mainstream media as he sees it, and to use Twitter as the tool by which he wants to push his message. There's no escaping the fact that this roll call, this litany of failure in this opinion piece is quite striking today. Simple things like he promised to be the jobs president and has created fewer jobs than Barack Obama, and where the economy has grown, it's grown substantially to benefit wealthier individuals in the country. And the reality is that that's not what Donald Trump promised the blue-collar workers of the US.
Is that a dog barking somewhere? I don't know whose that is.
It is my dog.
Okay, good. I'm glad I wasn't imagining things. Right,
he's going to break in any moment now.
Well, good thing we've only got a minute left. We can wrap this up before that happens. Let's go to the front page of the Daily Telegraph. BBC proms row as it plays Rule Britannia without the words. Lucy, I'm not going to say anything on this, obviously. Lucy, what do you...
Well, the proms, and particularly the last night, always stir up strong feelings across the land. The BBC has now confirmed that it will be playing Rule Britannia, Land of Hope and Glory, Jerusalem, all songs that critics and some campaigners had argued, their links to colonialism and slavery meant that they should be discarded in 21st century context. They still remain very popular with audiences. The BBC is now going to play them, but only orchestral versions. So there will be no soloists. There's going to be no audience this year, so no other singers. But they will not be sung at all, which has caused a bit of a row, particularly among Conservative MPs.
Yeah, I should say very quickly for our viewers around the world, BBC Proms, a big series of classical music performances. Kesha, I'm afraid we're running out of time, but which side of the debate are you coming down on?
Boris Johnson says, tackle the substance, not the symbolism. This seems like quite a simplistic way to approach a very difficult problem.
Okay, I appreciate you being brief because we are out of time, but that was great fun romping through the papers. We will be back, of course, in an hour. That's it from Lucy and from Kesha. Hello, and thanks for joining us on the show. England and James Anderson were forced to play the waiting game on day 4 of the final test against Pakistan in Southampton. The weather on the south obstructing Anderson's quest for a 600th test wicket. Following on, the visitors reached 100 for 2, still 210 runs behind England. The 56 overs that were possible, Broad took the wicket, and Anderson removed Abid Ali to move to 599 wickets. Let's hear now from our cricket reporter, Henry Moran.
England's James Anderson stands on the brink of a very significant milestone in the history of Test cricket. No seam bowler has passed 600 wickets in Test cricket. He now has 599. In terms of the context of this match, well, the weather looks like it'll put pay to any opportunity for England or indeed Pakistan to force a positive result one way or the other. We're expecting a big storm overnight, and how much play we'll see tomorrow, well, that very much remains to be seen. So the question comes down to whether we'll have enough time for James Anderson to get that one wicket he needs to join the 600 club. There is still the opportunity, potentially, if the rain clears earlier than expected, that England could take the 8 wickets they need to force a result and claim a 2-0 series win. But much of the focus will be on Anderson and that record.
I'm very proud of how they've handled themselves. Being locked up for the best part of 10 weeks in the bubble. And I think with their attitude, their effort during that time has been absolutely fantastic. So, for us to come out and finish strong tomorrow, and obviously see Jimmy get his 600 test wicket would be fantastic.
UEFA President Alexander Chefrin says he has no issue with sovereign wealth funds and state-linked money coming into football as long as the game's financial regulations are observed. The matter was highlighted earlier this year when a Saudi sovereign wealth fund was part of an investment group made a bid
by Premier League club Newcastle United.
If it's within the regulation, I'm not concerned. And since we distribute almost 90% of all the money back to the national associations and clubs, I would love to have even more revenues because it's good for the development of football. And you have to know that without UEFA distributing the funds, out of 55 national associations, close to 50 will be bankrupt.
The Tokyo Paralympics should be getting underway this week, but instead athletes will have to wait until next year to compete at the rescheduled games. One of those is five-time gold medalist wheelchair racer Hannah Cockcroft, who's been telling the BBC's Sally Nugent about her lockdown training regime and her fears for the sport's recovery.
Japan postponed the Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics to the next.
Olympics and Paralympics will be held by the summer of
Tokyo's Olympic flames will have to keep burning for another year as the games are finally postponed.
When it was announced, I was absolutely gutted. At the start, it felt like my world had just ended. But once I'd had time to kind of, make a new plan, full steam ahead now, that's where I want to be in a year's time.
How difficult has it been to maintain any type of training routine during lockdown?
Kind of the night before lockdown was put in place. Our gym coach came and left loads of dumbbells on our doorstep, and over lockdown we managed to kind of build our own home gym in the garage. So we've been, on the rollers in the back bedroom for a lot of the time. We already struggled to put on events. We already struggled to attract sponsors, attract crowds, and taking a whole year away from that kind of circuit, I think we might struggle to recover from that.
Going into Tokyo next year, if they said to you, it's going ahead, but there'll be no supporters, there'll be no crowds, no spectators cheering you on, how would you manage with that?
Used to it. We compete every weekend for summers in front of your dad and his dog. There's no one there, and if it was definitely safe and it just meant no crowds, then I would definitely compete. But ultimately, another part of me would think, well, if it's not safe to let thousands of people come and watch, is it safe for thousands of athletes to be together in a village or in a competition ground? Probably not. So then I would have to ask questions as to whether we should be competing at all. Ultimately, I am a person at risk. I didn't get a letter or anything, but I've got a disability, and that does mean that unfortunately I am going to catch things a bit quicker. So you have to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more cautious, and hopefully that doesn't mean throwing away my dreams, but just have to see what happens.
You obviously have a real drive and a determination to go, but do you think other para-athletes might struggle with that decision?
When we're out there training, we're pushing our bodies to absolute limits, and your whole immune system is then lowered because you are finding those limits, and then you're more at risk. So a lot of athletes have actually stepped back and gone, oh, I need to, tone down my training, just make sure that I'm safe. And I think that is going to be a massive decision for a lot of us to decide, what's more important, my life or my sport.
Tokyo's iconic Skytree was lit up in Paralympic colours as the city prepares for the 1 year to go countdown to the postponed Tokyo Paralympic Games. The nation's tallest broadcasting and observation tower was first lit up in blue with message, "Together we can all win," as a tribute to the country's health workers for their efforts to combat the coronavirus. And that's all your sport for now. From me, Mark Edwards, and the rest of the sport team, we'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Hello there. Last week, Storm Ellen brought us some very wet and windy weather. This week, we have another named storm. This is Storm Francis, named by the Met Office. You can see this hook developing in the cloud structure on the satellite picture. This shows an area of low pressure that is deepening rapidly. It will continue to deepen as it moves across our shores, an unusually deep low for the time of year, bringing some unusually strong winds. With that, some heavy rain. It's a combination that could well cause some disruption. So that rain already setting in for many of us. It will continue to pile northwards through the day. It then slows down across parts of northern England, central and southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, some rain feeding back into Wales. So these areas could see some localised flooding. And then we have the winds, which will be strengthening through the day. During the afternoon, quite widely across England and Wales, we'll see gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Some exposed coasts and hills in the west can see gusts of 70 miles per hour. That could cause some minor damage, certainly some poor travelling conditions. Not as windy further north, but with the heavy rain continuing. If you're in Aberdeen, for example, with a strong wind off the North Sea, those outbreaks of rain, temperatures of just 13 or 14 degrees, it will not feel too pleasant. 22 degrees down towards the south. All the while, though, the far north of Scotland, the Northern Isles particularly, will stay dry with some sunshine. Now, through Tuesday night, you can see this curl of wet weather. Here's our area of low pressure, still spinning its way through, still providing some pretty strong winds. Those winds only slowly easing through the early hours as our area of low pressure drifts out into the North Sea. But you can still see plenty of white lines, plenty of isobars on the chart for Wednesday morning. We will still have some very gusty conditions across eastern Scotland, and particularly eastern coastal counties of England. Some rain as well. But from the west, things will be calming down through the day. The winds will slowly ease. We'll see some spells of sunshine. It'll feel fairly cool, though. Temperatures of 13 degrees for Aberdeen, 19 for Plymouth, 21 there in London. Some more rain in the forecast for Thursday and Friday. It shouldn't be as windy at this stage. Some dry weather in prospect for the weekend, but it is going to feel pretty chilly with a northerly wind across the UK.
The cinemas have begun to reopen and films are still being released to stream, whatever your taste. I'll keep you up to date on what you can enjoy both at the movie theatre and streamed at home in The Film Review. Friday evening at 5:45 on the BBC News Channel and on the BBC iPlayer.
For the latest news and analysis, watch BBC News programmes and investigations on BBC iPlayer.
Good morning, Manchester! The property boom like no other.
Wow, there's not been development on this scale in any other European city.
But how will this affect the people who live there?
It's just becoming so desirable, being forced out.
A city of two towns.
We want Manchester to be this cosmopolitan city. At what cost?
Manctopia, billion-pound property. Continues tomorrow at 9 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
This is BBC News with the latest headlines for viewers here in the UK and around the world. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. Our top stories. Donald Trump receives official Republican backing at the party's convention to run for another term as president.
We have to win. This is the most important election in the history of our country. This is the biggest. This is it.
And I'm Jane O'Brien in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, a state Trump needs to win again to guarantee victory. I'll be gauging reaction from the party faithful.
It's back to school for many in Northern Ireland as the UK government tells parents they have a moral duty to send their kids to class. The National Guard is deployed in Kenosha, Wisconsin. The protests continue over the shooting of another black man who's fighting for life. And Hong Kong reports its first case of coronavirus reinfection. We'll be finding out what that now means for immunity. Hello, welcome to the programme. Donald Trump has been formally re-nominated as his party's candidate for president, kicking off this week's Republican National Convention. He accepted the nomination with an hour-long unscripted speech. Mr. Trump is planning to speak every night of the convention ahead of an election that almost agrees largely about him. Here's a little what he had to say.
We have to win. This is the most important election in the history of our country. This is the biggest. This is it. Our country can go in a horrible, horrible direction or in an even greater direction. And before the plague came in from China, That's where we were going. We were going in a direction like we had never seen, the most successful economy in the history of our country.
Well, the convention is being held in Charlotte, North Carolina, and this is the room where it's all happening. 336 delegates are meeting there, a fraction of the 2,500 who have been there in person who are not COVID. Many states sent in their nominations virtually. Have a listen.
Michigan, the Great Lakes state, is going to cast all 73 votes for President Donald J.
All of Idaho's votes, 32 votes, to Donald John Trump.
The great state of Iowa fully sends, full send, unanimously, all of our votes to renominate you to lead our country, America, under God, for 4 more years. Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, you're rehired.
Well, one of the battleground states is Pennsylvania. My colleague Jane O'Brien reports from that.
Troubling polls haven't dampened enthusiasm. Voters in Bethlehem turned from Barack Obama to propel Donald Trump to victory in 2016. His supporters say they're on track to do it again.
Yes! Trump!
You know what? We don't have Jesus Christ in office, so, nobody's perfect. And I'm not condoning some of the stuff that he has done and said, okay? But I look at results.
Promises made, promises kept. You look at his record, almost everything that he promised, he actually fought for or actually got through.
On day one of the Republican Party convention, the president touted his economic record.
There's never been 3 months where we've put more people to work, over 9 million people. And again, we're just about ready to break the all-time stock market record. I mean, you look at it.
Wall Street may be weathering the pandemic, but Main Street has been crippled by the lockdown. The tension between how to control the coronavirus and how to reopen the economy is stark here.
Biden has already said that he's going to listen to only the scientists, which means, and he said he would shut the whole economy down again. Nothing could be worse than that. Trump isn't going to do that.
Pennsylvania is a battleground state, and these small towns have a lot of influence. How people here vote will decide not only their own fate, but possibly the direction of the entire country.
Well, that was Jane O'Brien, and I'm pleased to say we can speak to her live now. Over to you, Jane.
Thank you, Lewis. Well, those polls that I mentioned earlier really are troubling because they do have Joe Biden in a 10-point lead. But that's a 10-point lead he enjoys across the country at the moment. Bearing in mind we've got about 70 days to go before the election. And what I'm hearing here from Mr. Trump's supporters are that you can't believe the polls at this point, and that there are a lot of people out there who still believe he is the man to take the country in November because the issues remain the same and he has an agenda that he can prove he has delivered. Well, one of those is Tom Carroll. He is one of the delegates from Pennsylvania who should have been going to Charlotte today, but because of the pandemic, they're lost our game. He's with us now. Tom, thank you very much indeed for joining me. What does this convention have to deliver?
Yes, just backs about what he's done. As you said, he's elected on certain promises, and they've all been kept. He was going to secure our border. That's going on right now. He was going to rebuild our economy, rebuild our military, lower our taxes, reduce regulations. He's done it all. Everything and more. We had the best economy in our history.
That was before the pandemic. We've seen the lockdown and how it's affected your town of Bethlehem. Is that going to be a big issue in this election? Is it going to be the economy or controlling the pandemic?
I think that the truth is that people see that President Trump did a good job by securing our borders from China and travel from Europe early on, and then he's worked with cures, and they're moving at warp speed with the cures and the fix for this pandemic. And the reality is it's the governors in certain states that have locked us down and destroyed our economy, and I think the people see that.
173,000 people in America dead. The Democrats have criticized Donald Trump's handling of the pandemic. How do you feel he has done?
I think he did as good as he could under the circumstances, and he has to deal with our federal system here, where every state and the governors and their authority comes into play as well, and they provide the resources necessary. to the governors, and in some cases, like in New York, where they just didn't take the resources. So really, people see this. This is the governors of certain states that have destroyed our economy, and not President Trump.
A polarized country right now. People know, I would imagine, after 4 years, whether or not they are going to vote for Donald Trump. Are there any independents left in this country? And if there are, what does he say to them?
I think there are a lot of independents left in this country, and I think that they're paying attention to what's going on in the streets of our country and what's going on since George Floyd, and they're looking at the Democrat Party pushing defund the police and all sorts of other issues. And President Trump's on the right side of law and order, and I think the independents see that.
What's his biggest challenge now going forward? In the next 70 days, what does he have to do?
He has to be himself, and he has to just continue his battle against this garbage that the Democrats are putting forward, and he's doing a great job.
You call it garbage, obviously the Democrats would disagree with that. What do the delegates, the ordinary people we're going to be hearing from over the next 4 days, what role do they have to play?
An important role is just to go back and tell the people in their districts exactly what President Trump has done. So I think this is going to be an exciting couple of days here, and President Trump and the delegates are going to send a message that promises made, promises kept, and it's going to be a wonderful week.
Tom Carroll, thank you very much indeed for joining me. Lewis, this is Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, battleground state, handing back to you.
Here in the UK, the Prime Minister has said it's the moral duty of parents to send their children to school when classrooms in England reopen next week. Boris Johnson said the risk to children of developing coronavirus is very small, and that it was far more damaging for their development to stay away any longer. Many pupils in Northern Ireland, the autumn term started today. In Wales, they go back next week, and in Scotland, where pupils have been back for 2 weeks, the use of face coverings in schools, in corridors and communal areas is set to be introduced. Here's our education editor, Brandon Jeffers.
The first day back for some in Northern Ireland. Relief at seeing friends again.
I was ready to come back to school from about the 1st of April, so I'm just so excited to have everyone back and try and have as normal year as possible.
We have to remember it's not going to be the same for a while, and we need to keep in place all the safety protocols and stuff.
New routines and social distancing. Face coverings where that's not possible. Reassuring for parents too.
A bit nervous, but I know the school is going through, and they just need to follow their exact keep down and just listen to what everybody else is saying.
In England, it's his job to get schools open next week. A promise today, children will keep learning.
In our guidance, what we ask schools to do is make sure that they're planning to ensure that actually children don't miss out from their education if they're not in school and they're continuing to educate when they're at home.
So if a child shows symptoms, they're sent home to isolate and to be tested. Close contacts are asked to isolate and be tested. Mobile testing units will be sent by health officials if a wider outbreak is suspected. But Birmingham is on high COVID alert. Restrictions increased over the weekend. These students hope to start sixth form next week.
I think it's going to be difficult at first with social distancing, the COVID, and just knowing how this is all going to come together.
The human interaction helps us. It helps us remember the content that we're being taught, and like if someone else in a class struggles, we can kind of help each other. And I think that's what works better than being online all the time.
I think it'll be hard readjusting to an academic environment. I think that'll be the same for students up and down the country.
So how are you going to manage? The school is going to stagger start times. Most pupils get here by bus and train, but they need more advice to plan for the challenges ahead.
We haven't had a local lockdown whilst the schools have been fully open, so I don't know what that will look like or feel like. I hope that schools become a priority, and if we can lock down other things and still enable schools to open, I think pupils really, really need to be in school with their teachers.
Birmingham is just one step away from having to go back into lockdown. Schools in areas like this, where cases have been rising, want much clearer advice about what would happen. I understand the government is looking at a range of contingency measures, and that could include schools operating on a rota basis in areas where cases are high.
Secondary schools more likely to face extra measures. Teenagers are closer to adults in transmitting the virus. To get pupils back, one union leader told me, ministers need to be realistic.
So we're consulting with government on this. Government are consulting with us about the possibilities of how schools are going to run in that area. It's really important. The head teachers know what those plans are. The parents know what those plans are. Actually, it will give confidence to parents to send their children back.
More guidelines are expected, but will they arrive before schools open? Bramwyn Jeffries, BBC News, Birmingham.
Okay, let's see what else is hitting headlines around the world now. The sentencing hearing of a white supremacist pleaded guilty to murdering 51 people last year in 2 attacks on mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand, continues for a second day. On the opening day, a court heard emotional impact statements from survivors of the attacks and relatives of the victims. Doctors in Berlin, who are treating the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, say they've now evidence that he was poisoned. He remains in a coma, and his condition is said to be serious but not life-threatening. Mr. Navalny was flown from Russia to Germany on Saturday. Chancellor Merkel says Russia must investigate the poisoning of President Putin's most prominent critic. Firefighters in California are trying to control nearly 600 wildfires that are some of the worst the region has ever seen. Officials on the west coast say dry lightning strikes, which started many of the fires, are due to return along with high winds. President Trump has declared the wildfires a major disaster and has released federal aid to California. Next, the National Guard is deployed in the US state of Wisconsin, where protests continue after police shot a black man who was unarmed. Video posted online appears to show Jacob Blake being shot in the back. He's in a serious condition in hospital. Tensions in the US are high over police brutality and racism after a series of violent incidents against black Americans. Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden said the officers in Wisconsin must be held accountable. Aline McCool reports from Wisconsin.
It's become a familiar scene. Angry protests after the police shooting of a black man. This time it's Wisconsin, where in the early evening, officers had been called to deal with a domestic disturbance. In mobile phone video, 29-year-old Jacob Blake is seen walking around his car, followed by officers with their weapons drawn. As he opens the door, an officer pulls on his shirt and several shots are heard. Onlookers start screaming and the car horn blares as Mr. Blake slumps under the steering wheel. A prominent civil rights lawyer says Mr. Blake's 3 sons were in the vehicle at the time. Police say they immediately offered medical assistance, but Jacob Blake remains in a serious condition in the hospital. Some witnesses told local news channels he'd been trying to stop a fight between 2 women. The details of what led up to the shooting are still emerging. The reaction came quickly, with hundreds taken to the streets, trucks that had been moved into place to block protesters and set on fire.
We're tired of it. And right now, this is the wrong generation that this is happening to. The frustration is boiling to the top, and we're sick and tired.
Eventually, an emergency curfew was imposed. The state leader was quick to link this incident to others, like the killing of George Floyd.
I think after the past few months, people were stepping up to demand justice that police departments, chiefs of police, even police unions rush to implement some sort of reform. That hasn't happened, or else you wouldn't have seen the actions that we all had to see last night.
The officers involved have been put on administrative leave. An investigation opened. It is less than 3 months since George Floyd was killed, and concern for many African Americans is that in spite of the outrage over that day, the consequence has really changed. Liverpool BBC News, commercial response.
Stay with us here on BBC News. Still to come. Blood products from covered COVID-19 patients will be used more widely in the US to treat people with the illness. But we ask, how effective is it?
He's the first African American to win the presidential nomination of a major party. And he accepts exactly 45 years ago to the day that Martin Luther King declared,
I Have a Dream.
As darkness falls tonight, an unfamiliar light will appear in the southeastern sky. An orange glowing disk that's brighter than anything save the moon, our neighbouring planet, Mars.
There is no doubt that this election is an important milestone in the birth of East Timor as the world's newest nation.
It'll take months and billions of dollars to repair what Katrina achieved in just hours.
3 weeks is the longest the great clock has been off duty in 117 years. So it was with great satisfaction that clockmaker John Vernon swung the pendulum to set the clock going again.
This is BBC News. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. The headlines. Donald Trump receives official Republican backing at the party's convention to run for another term as president. And the UK government tells parents they have a moral duty to send their kids to class when schools return in England next week. Now, scientists in Hong Kong have identified what they say is the first confirmed case of coronavirus reinfection. A 33-year-old man contracted a different strain of the virus to the one he recovered from 4.5 months earlier. Although he was asymptomatic, he tested positive during screening at Hong Kong Airport. The case has raised questions around immunity to COVID-19. Maria van der Kerko from the World Health Organization addressed the issue today.
There's been more than 24 million cases reported to date, and we need to look at something like this in our population. And so it's very important that we document this, and that in countries that can do this, if sequencing can be done, that would be very, very helpful. But we need not jump to any conclusions. To say, even if this is the first documented case of reinfection, it is possible, of course, because with our experience with other human coronaviruses and the MERS coronavirus and the SARS-CoV-1 coronavirus, we know that we have an antibody response for some time, but it may wane.
Akiko Iwasaki is Professor of Immunobiology at Yale School of Medicine. Thanks very much for coming on the programme.
Thank you for having me.
So this, on the face of it, doesn't sound great at all. Lots of us hope that once you get it once, you don't get it again. Is this as worrying as it seems?
Not at all. This is a classic textbook example of how immune responses happen to a virus like coronavirus, which we know have reinfections. So in this case, the person who got reinfected was completely asymptomatic, meaning that his immunity was able to prevent the disease from happening the second time around.
So that's good news for him, obviously, and good news for any of us if we have it and we have it again, it's probably asymptomatic rate. But it's not great for everyone, is it? Because they can still pass it on. So we're still in the same situation as we're in now, where lots of us have had it asymptomatically and pass it on to people potentially much more vulnerable.
That's definitely a possibility. This study didn't look at exactly whether this person was transmittable or transmitting the virus. They just tested for the RNA, but clearly he was positive for the RNA. So there's a possibility that he is capable of transmitting to others. That's why we need a vaccine to prevent transmissible form of infection.
Okay, on to a vaccine then. What does this tell us, if anything, about how useful or effective a vaccine will be?
So not very much. Natural infection induces immunity to a certain extent, but a vaccine can induce a much more potent and long-lasting immunity, especially given multiple times. So I think this doesn't mean anything for whether a vaccine would work in the future, but rather it just means that if you're naturally infected and recovered from infection, you could get reinfected, but likely with a very mild or asymptomatic disease.
And this is the first confirmed cases. What's your hunch? I shouldn't ask a scientist for a hunch, really, should I? That's not the way you do things. What's your feeling about how common, how prevalent this is?
Right. So this is the first concrete evidence for reinfection, but there have been multiple cases reported from Asia for people who recovered from infection and became PCR positive again. The special feature of this particular study is that they sequenced the viral genome So they knew that the first virus was very different from the second virus. Now, it's not very easy to sequence the viral genome from everybody who's become infected or reinfected. So it's very difficult to tell whether a person actually had a reinfection or somebody who carried a lingering virus for a long time. But now that we know that reinfection can happen, we need to have future sort of preparedness for testing for reinfection in a more wide variety of settings.
Okay, great to talk to you, Professor. That's Akiko. Thank you. Well, in the US, the wider use of blood plasma from people who recovered from COVID-19 as a treatment for those with the illness has been given emergency approval. President Trump claims the therapy could reduce death rates by 35%. Research in Britain shows that it's not certain the treatment can work. Our medical editor, Fergus Walsh, reports.
This is convalescent plasma. Thousands of patients who've recovered from COVID-19 have been donating theirs. Like Paul, who was in intensive care in Manchester for 2 weeks. His plasma contains the highest level of coronavirus antibodies doctors have seen here.
It's an hour out of your day. There's no harm, it's painless. If you could help other people not go through what I went through, then fantastic. I hope it will help.
And Sue, who was in hospital in London, she's donated plasma 5 times.
Why do you keep coming back? Because I can't put a price on what the NHS has done for me. I'm getting upset now. But they were so good.
It's the antibodies against coronavirus which doctors want. They're found in plasma, this yellow liquid. I tested positive for antibodies and so volunteered.
So I'm about halfway through my plasma donation. What happens is my whole blood is taken out and then the plasma is filtered off. Then the red cells, white cells and platelets are then fed back into my body.
And this is the whole point of donation, to help patients like Bernard in hospital in Chesterfield. He's part of a trial assessing whether antibodies in convalescent plasma can help COVID patients like him get better faster. He's grateful to all the donors.
They've done their bit. So I thought, well, all in all, I'll try and do my bit.
The US has given emergency approval to convalescent plasma as a treatment for COVID, but those running the trials here say that's premature.
We really want this treatment to work. We think there's good reasons why it might, but we don't know that yet from the data which has been presented. So I think we need more data to show that it truly is effective, and also really importantly, before we start giving this treatment to tens or hundreds of thousands of people, we need data to show that it's safe.
Thousands more donors and COVID patients are needed. It'll be months before we know if convalescent plasma is another weapon against coronavirus. Fergus Walsh, BBC News.
And a quick reminder of our top story. President Trump has addressed the Republican National Convention after it officially nominated him as the party's candidate for the presidential election in November. At a chance of 4 more years from the crowd, Mr. Trump spoke about his achievements in office. That's it, Remy. Get me online anytime. I'm on Twitter at L. Vaughan Jones. I'm Lewis Vaughan Jones, and this is BBC News. Bye-bye.
Hello there. Last week, Storm Ellen brought us some very wet and windy weather. This week, we have another named storm. This is Storm Francis, named by the Met Office. You can see this hook developing in the cloud structure on the satellite picture. This shows an area of low pressure that is deepening rapidly. It will continue to deepen as it moves across our shores, an unusually deep low for the time of year, bringing some unusually strong winds. With that, some heavy rain. It's a combination that could well cause some disruption. So that rain already setting in for many of us. It will continue to pile northwards through the day. It then slows down across parts of northern England, central and southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, some rain feeding back into Wales. So these areas could see some localised flooding. And then we have the winds, which will be strengthening through the day. During the afternoon, quite widely across England and Wales, we'll see gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Some exposed coasts and hills in the west could see gusts of 70 miles per hour. That could cause some minor damage, certainly some poor travelling conditions. Not as windy further north, but with the heavy rain continuing. If you're in Aberdeen, for example, with a strong wind off the North Sea, those outbreaks of rain, temperatures of just 13 or 14 degrees, it will not feel too pleasant. 22 degrees down towards the south. All the while, though, the far north of Scotland, the Northern Isles particularly, will stay dry with some sunshine. Now, through Tuesday night, you can see this curl of wet weather. Here's our area of low pressure, still spinning its way through, still providing some pretty strong winds. Those winds only slowly easing through the early hours as our area of low pressure drifts out into the North Sea. But you can still see plenty of white lines, plenty of isobars on the chart for Wednesday morning. We will still have some very gusty conditions across eastern Scotland and particularly eastern coastal counties of England. Some rain as well. But from the west, things will be calming down through the day. The winds will slowly ease. We'll see some spells of sunshine. It'll feel fairly cool, though. Temperatures of 13 degrees for Aberdeen, 19 for Plymouth, 21 there in London. Some more rain in the forecast for Thursday and Friday. It shouldn't be as windy at this stage. Some dry weather in prospect for the weekend, but it is going to feel pretty chilly with a northerly wind across the UK.
Good morning, Manchester. A property boom like no other.
Wow, there's not been development on this scale in any other European city.
But how will this affect the people who live there?
It's just becoming so desirable, being forced out.
A city of two tales.
We want Manchester to be this cosmopolitan city. But at what cost?
Manctopia, billion-pound property. Continues tomorrow at 9 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
The cinemas have begun to reopen and films are still being released to stream, whatever your taste. I'll keep you up to date on what you can enjoy both at the movie theatre and streamed at home in The Film Review. Friday evening at 5:45 on the BBC News Channel and on the BBC iPlayer.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. What are you doing? Fred, you've got the handbrake on.
Top Gear.
What?
Streaming now on BBC iPlayer.
This is BBC World News, the headlines. President Trump has addressed the Republican National Convention after it nominated him as the party's candidate for the presidential election in November. Mr. Trump spoke about his achievements in office and claimed his opponents would manipulate the vote. There have been violent protests in the US state of Wisconsin after police shot a black man several times in the back. The man is said to be in serious condition in hospital. Scientists in Hong Kong have identified what they say is the first confirmed case of coronavirus reinfection. The 33-year-old man contracted a different strain of the virus to the one he recovered from 4.5 months earlier. And it's back to school for many in Northern Ireland as the UK government calls on the moral duty of parents to send their kids to class. In Wales, children go back next week. Hello and welcome to our look ahead to what the papers will be bringing us tomorrow. With me are the former Scottish Lady who's the director of the John Smith Centre at Glasgow University, and Lucy Fisher, the defence editor at the Times. Right, tomorrow's front pages. Let's start with £120 fine if you keep your kids home is the Metro's top story. The paper reports the penalty applies in schools with a coronavirus outbreak unless parents have explicit permission to keep pupils at home. The Scottish Daily Mail says there could be a backlash over controversial plans from the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, for secondary school pupils and teachers to wear face masks between classes. Vaccine race raises fears over safety. The Eye says British scientists are concerned that fast-tracking treatments could endanger the public. The FT features Hong Kong scientists recording the first confirmed case of reinfection with the coronavirus, suggesting some people may lose immunity with only a few months after recovering. And the paper says initial investigations by German doctors show that Alexei Navalny was poisoned. The Daily Mirror reports on a study suggesting that mums-to-be should cut out all caffeine over fears it could increase the risk of serious complications, and says the Royal College of Midwives wants current guidance reviewed. And a warning.